Good morning and welcome to Economic Standing Policy Committee for Monday, September 26th. Hope everybody had a great weekend. We'll start off with a roll call. Madam City Clerk.
Mayor Hagan. Councillor Campbell.
Present.
Councillor Carlson.
Present.
Councillor Dodick.
Present.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
Present.
Councillor Palladino.
Present.
Councillor Parker. Acting Mayor Croson.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Here.
And Mayor Hagan.
Aye. Right. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people, past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. The City of Lethbridge is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. I have a resolution from Councillor Middleton Hope, adoption of agenda. Be it resolved, the agenda of the Economic Standing Policy Committee meeting on September 26, 2022 be adopted as presented. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. Are there any amendments, adjustments, alterations, cancellations?
There are none to this agenda. Thank you.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. Then, Your Worship, I'll call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? Carries. I have a resolution from Councillor Parker. Consent agenda be resolved that the minutes of the Economic Standing Policy Committee meeting held on Tuesday, July 26, 2022 be approved and the Mayor and City Clerk be authorized to sign the same. Councillor Parker?
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? So carries. Next, I have a motion to go in closed session. Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, all in favor? All right, we'll take a moment to switch over.
30 years old. So he's got 30 years to grow into.
David, your mic's on. No, it's not. Oh.
Good, holy smokes, a pin drop in here. Wow. All right. Good afternoon and welcome back to Economic Standing Policy Committee. Apology to the groups that are in chambers here. We have it's one of those weeks, and it's going to be quite the grueling time, I think, as we make our way through budget deliberations and listen to all the different groups. What I'd like to ask of my colleagues is that each of these groups will have 5 minutes to present. And questions, there's many groups in here that we're going to be listening to, so there's going to be many questions that we're going to have. And those questions will probably come over the next a few weeks as well. And so to make sure you prepare your questions, if you don't have them readily available now, as it's going to be the first time we're going to hear this, put them together, make sure we get into the group, as we want to make sure we get the information to them, and if there's any questions. And then when we go into budget week, when we deliberate, the opportunity to ask questions, and hopefully the groups may be in chambers to be able to answer any questions if council does have any directed questions to the organization. So with that, I'll start off with Mr. Matthews to start off with the day.
Thank you, members of Economic Standing Policy Committee. Consistent with the previous operating budgets, Economic SPC will have an opportunity today to listen to community groups and their requests for additional resources for the 2023 to 2026 operating budget for fee-for-service and other grants. Fee-for-service and other grant community groups have formed an important part of the operating budget for many budget cycles. In many instances, the community groups are provided with ongoing operational dollars that are included within the city operating base budget, so that was within the package of information that we provided today. However, Council will also receive requests today in regards to within their presentations, and will typically be one of the following scenarios: an increase in ongoing operating funding, or a replacement of one-time funding that was ended in 2022 with ongoing funding, or one-time monies for 2023 to 2026 funded through the MRSR. There's 18 different groups presenting in alphabetical order today, and without anything else, I will turn it over now, and we'll start with the first group, which I believe is the Allied Arts Council.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Yes, we'll start off, we'll have who is speaking and then who is on deck. So we start off with Ms. Lint, Executive Director, Allied Art Council of Lethbridge, and after that will be Mr. Lewington with Economic Development, Lethbridge. So we'll start the time, and you have your 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mayor Hagan. I'm Ian Zadix. I'm the president of the Allied Arts Council. Here with me today is Suzanne Lynch. She's our executive director. I'll be presenting the budget, and Suzanne's just going to give everyone a little indication of what we do at the Allied Arts Council. So, Suzanne?
Thank you, Ian. So, as many of you may know, the Allied Arts Council is a not-for-profit umbrella organization that was established in 1958. We've worked closely with the city since about 1967, when we took on management of the good old Bowman Arts Center. Through the years, our relationship with the city has grown and has moved to include a leadership agreement where we provide leadership in the arts and communications, as well as in 2013, we assumed responsibility for managing CASA. Many of the things that the Allied Arts Council does and tries to do aligns very closely with the work of Council through their Council Action Plan, the Municipal Development Plan, and the Rec and Culture Master Plan. The arts are a significant part of a really vibrant community. They are recognized as drivers of a diversified economy. They are instrumental in placemaking and creating quality-built environments, and they contribute to the health and well-being of individuals and the overall community. The Allied Arts Council and all the work we do, we endeavor to strengthen our community by developing a strong arts ecology in the community. Our first agreement is in the area of leadership and communications. We have worked out of a storefront office on 7th Street since about 2007, providing leadership. What we try to do out of that office is foster a strong arts environment in the community by supporting artists through promotion of their activities, as well as coordinating events that provide opportunities for artists to work and for arts enthusiasts to experience the arts. We facilitate the growth and sustainability of artists and arts organizations by offering them with relevant professional development and education. We provide work and presentation opportunities for the artists as well as any other support services they require. Finally, we raise awareness of the value of the arts through a number of advocacy initiatives, and we also engage with the community by providing information and hosting community events. Our second fee-for-service agreement is for the management of CASA. CASA is a purpose-built facility which offers space for multidisciplinary arts learning, incubation, and experimentation by artists of all ages and skill levels. CASA is operating in a manner that maximizes use, ensures inclusive access, encourages artistic collaboration, and provides diverse artistic opportunities. I'm now going to pass the mic back to Ian to talk about the money.
Thanks, Suzanne. So here's our proposed budget for 2023 to 2026. You'll see from the budget that the main line item for expenses is wages and benefits. We're a service organization, and our investment in people is really what is our largest expense. Just a few things to note from the budget here. You'll see on here that we were asked to put for the budget just the base budget amount from 2018. So this doesn't include any of the one-time funding that we've received since 2018. So it doesn't feel good to present a budget such as this. Partly it's due to the budget pressures, the pressure points that we'll have in the next slide, but it's also to do with the fact that this only shows the 2018 base funding that we've received. So just looking at this, for 2023, $208,100 would be the 2018 base funding amount under leadership, and under the CASA side, $430,900 for fee for service is, and again, that's the 2018 budget number, no one-time funding. So just looking at those numbers, it shows that for leadership, we're projecting a budget deficit of about $227,000 on the leadership side, and then on the CASA side, we're projecting about $192,000 deficit. So the budget deficit that we're presenting is really, well, we're trying to play some catch up from 2018, but we're also facing these unique pressure points, and I've got that on the next slide here. So we've identified 5 budget pressure points. The first one on here is the expanded audit requirements. So this is something new for the 2023 budget cycle. And we're figuring that the audit requirements are going to increase our budget by about an expense of about $9,000. The CASA insurance, this is something from 2018. And so the AAC was asked to take over the CGL policy for CASA. And this has increased our budget by $9,000. A larger expense has actually been security for the facility. Where CASA is a downtown facility, there's some unique challenges with security. And so for that, we've had to hire contract security. That's increased our budget by about $72,000. I think our biggest pressure point is what I've got next on there, and it's staff compensation. Our people are fantastic. They're amazing. We've got amazing people that work for the AAC, but they're not paid competitively. And that's really our main budget pressure point is We want to elevate our staff to at least 75% of what we believe are comparable salaries. The last budget pressure point is inflation. I mean, this will be something that everyone's going to face, and built into our budget is a 6% cost of living increase.
I just want to, you're a few minutes beyond here now, so if you just have you wrap up. I know that all council does have the information, do have the packages and stuff, so if you, just in respect to the other groups that are coming in, if you wouldn't mind just wrapping up.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
So, any questions?
Thank you. Councillor Dodick.
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure whether this one is for Ms. Lind or Mr. Zadeks, but with other organizations, not only the Allied Arts Council, but other fee-for-service organizations, and from my recollection and history on council before, and Mr. Zadeks alluded to it, was the differential between the wages and benefits that might be paid for the fee for service folk versus their public sector counterparts. Did I understand you correctly in that the pressure that's causing at least the most pressure is trying to compensate your folk adequately, and this budget only gets them to up to 75% of their public sector counterparts?
Yeah, that's correct. That's our goal. We're not there right now, but that's where we want to get to. I think one of the advantages of fee-for-service groups is that we're nimble, we're fast, we're efficient. We can respond to changes really quickly, and we can get things done. But I think for us to be competitive, I think we do have to be slightly less than comparable. Okay. And we've kind of figured that should be about 75%.
Maybe more of a philosophical question, or maybe a question that you can't answer is, do you think you can maintain a good folk when you're only paying them at 75% of their public sector counterparts?
Suzanne?
Good pass.
You know, I think certainly the Allied Arts Council has lost employees to public sector jobs through the years that I've been there. So there's sort of a breaking point where you do start to lose people to public sector institutions in the community. You train them and then lose them, which isn't great for our ongoing stability. Attracting new people into positions is probably more difficult, than even retaining people. And then there's just the point that these are people that are working with our team, some of them for a long time. They're very committed. They're people who live in our city. They pay taxes here. They're trying to buy homes and cars, and at some point they need to have a level of living that they're able to do those things and continue to contribute to the community.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. And just further to that, I have a question. You want to get up to the 75%. What is the current comparison? Did I miss that, or did you?
Our staff are currently being paid at between 35 and 45% less than the comparables in public sector. And the other piece of it is we do not pay benefits in our organization. We have a very basic plan that's a life, long-term disability that allows the board to pay if someone goes off on long-term. And we have a small wellness account that we'd like to move from $500 for a full-time equivalent staff to $1,000. But those are the benefits we're able currently to offer.
The second question I would have is, so this is compared to public sector. Do you have for comparators to your colleagues around the province, and where does that sit for wage differential?
I think our colleagues are all kind of working either in not-for-profit or public sector, so those numbers are both local and across the province in that range. They would fall in that range, using provincial stats as well as the cities.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the information and presentation. Mr. Mayor, through you, maybe to City Manager or Designate, some of the budget pressure points that were brought up here seem to perhaps be downloaded from the city. I'm seeing things like assuming CASA insurance, assuming CASA security, so I'm assuming again, that those were things that perhaps we used to cover, and perhaps we have now said, no, you guys do it. And is it, first I'll ask, is that correct? Is my assumption about the assumings correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank
so
you. No, that's good. I just
it.
wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then, is there anything we can do? Because I know sometimes it's cheaper in bulk, things like security agreements or insurance, et cetera. Is there anything we can do to mitigate those downloaded costs? And you don't need to get back to me today if you want to do some work on that. It's just something that it looks to me like we've downloaded and now they're coming to ask us anyways. It may have been cheaper for us just to keep it in-house. So that's just the question.
Sure. Through the mayor, some of it, as mentioned, the insurance requirements, for instance, would be one of the items that you're speaking to. That was for consistency across all of the groups. So Allied Arts, I think, was probably one of the last, if not the last group where that change hadn't been made. Aspects like security and other, happy to look at that other areas as we move forward to see if there's any opportunities.
All right, I see no further questions. Thank you very much for the presentation. Appreciate the time. Now, Mr. Lewington with Economic Development Lethbridge, and followed on deck would be with Kathleen Shepard, Executive Director for Environment Lethbridge. So, Mr. Lewington, welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. To you and through you to the rest of the committee, of course, good afternoon. I'm joined today by a number of my hardworking staff and board members from Economic Development Lethbridge. They're behind me in the gallery today. And I'd just like to say to them publicly, thank you for their selfless service. It's truly a privilege to work with Lethbridge's top community and business leaders. Very much appreciate their guidance and their expertise. I'd like to ask you all to cast your memory back, if you would, to December of last year, when you were gracious enough shortly after the election to give me a half day of your time during the council onboarding process. And if we can skip ahead 2 slides, please. You may recall a conversation around this particular slide that we borrowed from Economic Developers Alberta about how economic development is actually a process. That is to say, it takes time and requires a number of different steps. We also talked about the fact that economic development requires engaging on social and political fronts to facilitate balanced growth, or said differently, pursuing opportunities that are actually suitable for our specific community. And that economic development requires us to target wealth-generating opportunities and not necessarily chasing after every opportunity. If we go to the next slide, please. So essentially, economic development is one element, but an important component of creating a high quality of life and creating a sustainable community for Lethbridge. It's very likely why this group, when meeting as council itself, actually selected economic development as one of your top key priorities. If we go to the next slide. We also talked last December about how there are many different aspects to creating jobs, broadening the tax base, and diversifying the economy. Many of the other organizations behind me that you'll hear from today play a role in the economy, whether it's sport development, tourism, and even the arts. So all of that contributes to our quality of life and is therefore an aspect of what we consider to be economic development. If we go to the next slide. Over the last 6 months, the Board of Economic Development Lethbridge has worked to refine our vision, make it a little more concise and a little cleaner. If we go to the next slide. We've spent some time simplifying our mission to make sure we're clear on what the objectives are. If we go to the next slide. We've also been working through and refining the 4 key themes from Team Lethbridge organizations. So this helped us understand what is expected of us by the community. And it's related to our last mission to Edmonton. And you'll see that there's a direct alignment with these themes and the new initiatives that we've proposed. If we go to the next slide. The board conducted a SWOT analysis of the local economy to consider both trends globally and external factors. There was considerable discussion around how to make sense of the world around us, and as you've all experienced, there's been a rather large number of changes over the last couple of years. If we go to the next slide, we also aligned our internal operating system. Some of you will recognize the 4 colors from foam bricks you'll find in this building as we leverage insights discovery the way the City of Lethbridge does. If we go to the next slide. We also talked last December about how there are different ways, so we also modified and adjusted our key work streams. And if we go to the next slide. The board determined by and large that the progress we've made over the last 4 years is actually the right path for the next 4 years. So we've adjusted course based on the realities of post-pandemic world and some of the challenges we continue to see in our region. For those of you that were on council in the prior term, I'll ask you to go a little further down memory lane with me and cast your memory back to the operational reviews that were conducted by KPMG, in which my organization was included. In their 52-page report on economic development Lethbridge as an organization from 2020, KPMG noted that we deliver effective results relative to our peers, we run a tight ship, and we are among the lowest funded within our peer group. I've included in the appendix to this presentation, actually, a number of per capita funding comparisons, as well as outcome measures that we can certainly chat about further. But if you recall from that report, one of the key 5 recommendations that KPMG made was that council consider strategic reinvestment in economic development Lethbridge to drive further economic growth. So the board took that away and has come up with a number of new initiatives for your consideration where that incremental investment by the city will drive incremental growth for employment, diversification, and our economy. If we go to the next slide, we plan on building on our legacy of leveraging external funding. So in the next 4-year business plan, as proposed, you'll see we'll reach a leverage ratio of 2.26. So that's $2.26 for every $1 of municipal funding, which is a record in our history. You can see the upward trend there. We've developed a total of 10 new initiatives over the next 4 years, and 5 of which will require investment by the City of Lethbridge. So that incremental investment to you, by you, is about $2 million, but it does unlock an additional $15 million of new external support. The city currently provides us on average with about 40% of our total funding. At the end of this next 4-year business plan, we will drop that to about 30%. You will note that we've also asked for no increase to our core funding. We will continue to find efficiencies and use innovation to offset the impacts of inflation. We've instead outlined a number of new initiatives in Initiative 4 and 5, where the incremental spend is required for very targeted and very specific projects. And with that, I'm out of time, and so I will rely on your questions to further explain our ideas and where we're coming from.
Wow. Thank you, Mr. Lewington. And I do need to apologize to all the groups, and it's very, very difficult to get through a presentation in 5 minutes. You're coming for speaking with council, very difficult, but be aware that all council has received the information, and the questions are sometimes, you know, what council has after obviously reviewing those documents. So my apologies, and I'll continue to apologize in advance and during that. 5 minutes is very quick, and I'm sure the mind's going, what can we do in 5 minutes? But understand, you'll be getting a lot of emails, I'm sure, questions from myself, my colleagues, you know, prior to any decision being made. So again, just in respect to everybody that is here was wanting to participate. So I just wanted to make sure we brought that out to everyone's attention. So thank you. I do have questions. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Lewington, for the presentation. Just for my clarity, the base funding is $833,000 a year.
Correct.
Over the 4 years, it looks like you're asking for an extra $2 million for the initiatives that you've laid out.
Correct.
Are the initiatives a la carte, or are they any of them tied together? Well, if council says, oh, I really like the agri-food one, but I don't like the cluster. Well, they're all clusters. Pardon my language there. But yeah, so are they a la carte, or are there any way you say, if you access one, you may as well access one too, because they work hand in glove?
Yeah, so they are intended to be a la carte in the sense that all 5 stand alone. And indeed, we could get into the minutiae and potentially scale back individual initiatives. There are 2 things that I'd encourage the committee to think about. One is that what we've proposed is tied to both partner funding and external funding from other government agencies. So in the example of initiative number 1, which is the agri-food cluster, we do have very strong support from the federal government through Prairies Economic Development Canada, which is now known as Prairies Can. So if council chooses not to make that contribution, that would drop us below the minimum threshold. That whole project would then be scaled accordingly. Likewise, you know, although Initiative 1, the agri-food cluster, Initiative 2, trade and logistics, are in theory separate, one does enable the other. So there are synergies between those 2. And again, I'd encourage the committee to think about what's the combined power or, you know, benefit of those 2 initiatives together as opposed to independent. But certainly they're intended to be standalone. We could debate the merits of each. And even, like I said, within each initiative, we could certainly discuss what's appropriate, what could be added, what could be subtracted, those kinds of things.
Thank you for that. Final question I had. The base funding includes funding for Tech Connect.
Correct.
Is that, I can't recall what that funding is. Is it still being used for the original purpose, or is it needing for some other purpose at the moment?
Yeah, so it's about $73,000 a year. Within that 833 is the base funding to support Tech Connect. So that, of course, enables some of the costs of the building itself, as well as the staff that help to support the programming. One of the initiatives that is listed there for you is the Regional Innovation Network of Southern Alberta, or RINSA. So although there's no direct municipal contribution to RINSA, certainly the base funding at Tech Connect enables us to be a part of RINSA and enables us to support that network. So to this point, it is still being used to fund the building and the related programming. One of the ways we're going to address inflation, as an example, we will be vacating our downtown lease at the end of this year. It terminates. We'll be relocating the entire team to Tech Connect, and so leveraging the opportunities to save costs there, but also still have our commercial tenants and work through that building as an incubator.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. The question I have is talk a little bit about benchmarking. Benchmarking best practices that, I mean, obviously you're sharing throughout your colleagues and those that work in similar lines. What does EDL do around that?
Great question. Thank you for that. So first of all, I'll draw your attention back to that KPMG report from 2020. The council at that time paid for an external third party to validate some of our assumptions around best practices and benchmarking, and so you have those opinions for comparison. We do think we deliver some pretty spectacular results. Again, in the appendix, we've demonstrated or we've outlined what some of those impacts are. So we're always looking to compare, you know, how does economic development Lethbridge's performance relate to other communities? And I actually brought with me a scorecard from the city of Saskatoon as an example. And so in Saskatoon, obviously a much larger center, a much more significant industrial base. One of the criteria in their scorecard from City Council is they have to assist at least 35 entrepreneurs. Well, we did about 20 times that number last year ourselves. So, you know, it's interesting what other communities set as requirements and scorecards. So we are looking for that. And then, you know, we are a member of basically 4 different organizations. So Economic Developers Alberta represents the profession in this province. I'm the immediate past president of that organization. So part of the reason is to understand what our peers in the province are doing, stay up front on tax policy incentives that are changing, different initiatives and projects. We're members of the Economic Developers Association of Canada, so we're looking at that on a national scale. We're members of the International Economic Development Council, because we all need more 4-letter acronyms in our life. But I was just in Oklahoma City last week, actually, at an IEDC conference, better understanding what our American friends are doing. And then we also belong to an organization called Business Retention and Expansion International, or BREI. So between those 4 organizations, we're aware of what other economic development entities are doing. We're aware of what's winning awards, what are considered some of the best practices that are being recognized by each of those organizations. And then just honestly, it's all also about networks. So many of the corporate site selectors that we're trying to lure to Lethbridge, for example, we're in Oklahoma City last week. So even though there's not a lot of business clients to talk to, we can have an understanding of what those site selectors are looking for. So it's a combination of professional organizations, our own internal research, looking at trends, and then trying to make sure we're looking at benchmarks across other competitive jurisdictions.
Thank you very much for that. Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation, Mr. Lewington. We've got under new initiative number 4, market intelligence, and you outline a number of reports under that. Can you give us a bit more detail on that, what that consists of? Why do we need to do the work? And what value do these reports provide us?
Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. So it is page 17 of the presentation, for those of you that are following along. Outlined there are a number of key research reports that we have historically completed either on behalf of the city or with other partners. So one example for you to consider is GDP. So Statistics Canada does not report gross domestic product as a measure of economic activity below the provincial level. There are some indicators that you can get for Edmonton and Calgary, but Lethbridge is too small to be considered. So in the past, we've used the Conference Board of Canada to do that report, and it costs us about $22,000 to get that number. But that is a number that councils tend to ask for in terms of how have we contributed to the economy. So I would imagine some of those outcomes are questions that you would all have, but it's also the kinds of questions we get from other levels of government around grants, but also, you know, investors and other people. So that would be one example. Our trade area study was last completed in 2016, so we're proposing to do that again in 2024. So by the time it's complete, it'll almost be a 10-year update. But as you might expect, there has probably been significant growth in our trade region. It's helpful for retailers, it's helpful for other businesses and industries to know what is that target audience for Lethbridge. So today that number is 341,000. If that's grown significantly, might we be able to attract new retail brands, new industries, and other things to our community? So those reports are specific one-offs, but I think it's important for you to have the ability to see those broken out and decide, again, if they're not a priority or that information's not useful, then we wouldn't spend money on it. But again, I think it's important for you to see those broken out.
Thank you very much. One other question. Councillor Carlson addressed Tech Connect, and looking at the future of that, you indicate the team will be moving out to that. We know that the 20-year plan that we had, the obligation is finished with the granting agency. What is the future sustainability of Tech Connect?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So you're referencing actually a 10-year obligation that we had with what was Western Economic Diversification at the time, now Prairies Can. So Economic Development Lethbridge was obligated to operate Tech Connect as an incubator under a certain number of parameters until 2021. So we have fulfilled those obligations. Moving forward, we have some opportunities to rethink what that building looks like. So the challenge of Tech Connect, and it's the same challenge of any incubator anywhere in Canada, is that they lose money. Right? They're not designed to make money because they have way too much common area space as compared to leasable space because you're trying to promote a certain environment. Incubators typically are a center or a hub for lots of programming, but government grants these days don't necessarily reflect that. As one of my colleagues is fond of saying, so you want us to run programs on a table in a field, right? Governments pay for the program, but not the overhead costs of where is it going to be delivered and by whom. So there's no question Tech Connect is going to continue to be a challenge for us. So historically, we sold our interests in the data center project, which was part of that campus project, to free up funding. We've also, moved to a larger number of commercial tenants instead of incubator tenants. But Tech Connect for us will continue to lose money, so that is something that will be a challenge we have to offset over the next 4 years. We do have a couple of ideas on that. So there is a proposal for a project that may help address some of those things and may sort of reorient Tech Connect for a different purpose. That's been submitted to administration for consideration, and I hope with some additional feedback we'll be able to get back in front of this committee with some ideas and sort of get either your blessing or your direction on what that could look like. So.
And I expect those would come forward then before the budget process in November?
Yeah, they're inextricably linked for sure. So I'm hopeful that we can work through that in the next couple of months as schedules allow.
Thank you.
I'm seeing no further questions in the queue. I'm sure there will be some after, again, going through all of the information provided and prior to council forwarding to council to make a decision. So thank you very much, Mr. Lewington, and all those that came to support and be here with you. So with that, we will move on to Kathleen Shepard, Executive Director, Environment Lethbridge. On deck would be Kevin Fame, President General Manager of Spitz Stadium. So time is yours, Kathleen. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me here today. Next slide, please. Today, I'm here before you to request $70,000, per year for a total commitment of $280,000 over the 2023 to 26 budget cycle to continue Environment Lethbridge's core operations in the community. Next slide, please. Over the past 4 years of the previous budget cycle, we've been tracking a number of indicators related to our work. Firstly, around partnerships, all of the programs and events and workshops that we would deliver in the community, we deliver in partnership with other organizations. And so that's everything from other on the ground small environmental organizations through to departments at the university, organizations like Old Man Watershed Council, Team Lethbridge in the past, Alberta Summer Games, a whole range of partnerships. Over the past 4 years, we delivered almost 70 workshops and events. That includes larger scale events like CD Saturday, Environment Week, as well as one-off workshops on a variety of different sustainable topics. And we had over 3,300 attendees at those different events over the past 4 years. We also do a lot of outreach to local businesses, encouraging them and helping them increase their sustainability. And so we've connected with local businesses on everything from energy efficiency to waste reduction to single-use plastics over the past 4 years. Of course, like everyone else, we maintain a significant online presence, and between our combined web and social media resources, we've had over 50,000 individuals connect with us through our online platforms. We also contribute to city policy initiatives. So this includes everything from the Municipal Development Plan to the Transportation Master Plan, the River Valley Master Plan. We contribute time and expertise to those different policy planning initiatives. Reuse Rendezvous, which is a program we took over from the city in 2015, continues to be one of our biggest and most popular programs. Over the duration of the past 4 years, we've had over 1,700 households register and participate in that program. And we've had close to 12,000 individuals participate in other programs. And so these are hands-on programs, which are a little bit different from the events, which are a bit more of an outreach and learning opportunities. Next slide, please. As part of our work, we work really closely with city staff, particularly in the corporate sustainability team and the waste and recycling department. And the work we do, we try to align with different city initiatives. And so we're very pleased to see environmentally responsibility coming into the City Council Action Plan for this coming term. We also align quite closely with the updated Municipal Development Plan, and in your package is a table where I've pulled out the different places where we intersect most closely. We also provide sort of a single voice for environmental concerns in the city. So whether it's individuals who are concerned or smaller organizations who have volunteers who don't have a bigger voice, we're able to funnel those that feedback up to the city and provide a bit of a conduit that way. As I mentioned, we try to align our programming as much as possible with the city and also go beyond some of the city priorities. For example, a current priority of our Wasteless website is focused on textile waste, which is something that goes one step beyond where the city is focused in this area to kind of enhance those messages. But we also take on areas of joint responsibility around things like community gardens. We worked closely with staff in the taxation department around the Clean Energy Improvement Program a couple of years ago. And of course, we're quite closely aligned with promoting different waste reduction programs in the city. And one of the things that we can do is leverage additional funding and partnerships that the city may not be able to access. Next slide. As you can see, over the past budget cycle, just over a quarter of the funding that we raised came from the City of Lethbridge. We were able to raise nearly $600,000 outside of city funds, which puts our leverage ratio for that period at $2.66 for every dollar of city funds. Next slide, please. So looking ahead to our budget for the next year, we can anticipate increasing our external sources of funding. We do have funding confirmed for the coming year from Environment Canada, but having the city funding continues to be an important way for us to match and leverage additional funds. External funders want to see that the community is supportive of initiatives, but they also want to be able to match those funds. It's very rare that funders will give 100% funding without having additional matching funds available. Next slide. So just in summary, Environment Lethbridge has been delivering environmental programs in the city in alignment with city plans and programs. And that core funding allows us to leverage external revenue sources, currently at a rate of $1 for every $2.66. Next slide. Oh, wrong way. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for that. I do have questions. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
And just to mention here, we've closed the door just because of some construction that's going on out there. Yes. Welcome to come and leave as you see fit. We're not locking anybody in or telling you can't leave, but just for those to know.
It reminded me that I need to book a dentist appointment. Anyways, thank you, Ms. Shepherd, for the presentation, information, all the work you do in community. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to City Manager Administration. I know that Environment Lethbridge does a lot of work in community, but a lot of our internal business units also rely on their support and expertise and assistance. Have we ever considered, instead of, and I know it's just different pockets, but have we ever considered funding Environment Lethbridge through utility revenues, through surcharge, or through perhaps current surpluses?
So to Councillor Carlson, in regards to that, so interesting enough, we were just chatting about that inside of our chat as we speak here. So we will look into this initiative in regards to that, potentially from, you know, waste and recycling, accumulated surplus for a portion of it, and the portion that's relative to tax support from the MRSR one time.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that because it's developed into much more of a corporate administrative committee, and it used to be much closer to council when we had our environment committee, and we sort of said it's better out in community. So I'm glad you're talking about that. It just sort of popped into my head. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Ms. Shepherd, for your presentation. Mr. Mayor, through you to your designate. We have this listed as one-time allocation, but it's my understanding that Environment Lethbridge has been getting this same amount ongoing. Is there no reason why we should be listing this as an ongoing initiative?
To Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, there is no. We could consider it, if council so wishes, to move it to an ongoing component. It's very similar to a conversation we've had in the past. For councils, when it's ongoing in nature, should be used ongoing funding instead of one-time funding. So if council so wishes, we can make that an ongoing instead of a one-time.
Thank you very much. Just because it's come forward and the group has been around for quite a while now, I think we need to really be doing that. Ms. Shepherd, a question for you. Does this $70,000 include reopening the storefront, understanding that it was closed during COVID? Will we be seeing a reopening of that storefront?
We do have a new downtown office. It's not quite as visible a storefront as we had before. We were in a space with Old Man Watershed Council, and of course they have the ability to carry a larger percentage of rent than we do. But we are currently in the port on 8th, so we have a public space again.
Okay, thank you.
And I've got one question. You spoke a little bit about the KPIs in one of the slides there and reaching out to different businesses, so it's about 50 a year. What does that conversation look like when you go to a business?
Sure, it really depends on, we've had a few different programs that we have put together in that context. For example, our small business energy efficiency program, we worked with about 50 businesses and walked them through doing an assessment of their current practices and helping them put a plan in place for areas that they could improve. Even though the plan was called an energy efficiency program, we did also tackle water consumption and waste reduction as part of that program as well. So at the end of our time with the different businesses, they each came away with an action plan that they could then implement.
So that's not a revenue generator for yourselves. That is something that you actually go into community and that is free for those businesses.
That's correct. At that time, we had some funding through Energy Efficiency Alberta, which no longer exists as an entity. Okay. So should funding arise again, we would definitely offer that in community.
So a business couldn't reach out now. It's only if there's funding in place by an organization like.
Yeah, the funding certainly makes it easier. Yeah.
Thank you. I see no further questions, so thank you, Ms. Shepherd, for your presentation.
Great, thank you.
And I'm sure you'll be getting questions in the future. And Mr. Kevin Kavam is up next. And is that right? I'm sorry, did I butcher your name? Kavami. My bad, Mr. Kavami. And we have Mike Morganton with Lethbridge District Exhibition that will be up next. So, Kevin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. I'm here to present on behalf of Spitz Stadium. We're the Spitz Stadium Society is the has the lease agreement with the City of Lethbridge to maintain the facility. It's our premier baseball stadium in the city, and we're very proud of the recent upgrades that happened at the stadium. We do a fees for service with the agreement with the City of Lethbridge since the year 2001. It's been a great collaborative venture, and we're very pleased with the outcomes that have been occurring and wish to continue that relationship. We can have the next slide. We're proposing an increase of about $5,300 to take our fee for service to $55,000 per year. Much of this revenue that we receive goes to the maintenance of the facility, costs of maintaining and staffing of the facility for the summer months at Spitz Stadium. If we have the next slide, we outlined some reasons that we're asking for those increases. Obviously, budget strains and the inflationary things that are coming out of COVID are our biggest challenges moving forward. So we really would appreciate that. And I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
That was like a sprint. Wow, good job. No, thank you very much for that presentation. I had
They
one.
told us to keep it short, so.
Yeah. We can slide back to the first slide if we could, or the one that was talking about, it was 53,000 is the current, up to 55, is that?
We're at 49.7.
49.7, okay. And up to 5,300 extra would bring you to the 55. So the ask isn't 55, it's 5,300 for the whole year. Thank you. And I do have Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you, Mr. Kavami. Just to follow up on that, it was the same question. I believe in 2015, when we, so 8 years ago, the budget amount was only 48,900. So basically in the I just want to be for clarity, in the last 8 years, you're only requesting an extra 6,000 a year in this cycle.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Well, you explained everything perfect, I guess, because we're out of questions, Mr. Kavami. So thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation, and have a great day. Thanks. Mr. Warkentin is up next, and I'm not sure if he is. He's online. Okay. And
can everybody hear me okay?
Be Mr. Stouffer, Operations Manager with Lethbridge Softball Valley. So Mr. Warkentin, the floor is yours if I can see or hear you.
Can everybody hear me okay?
We can.
Excellent. Thank you. Good. I guess good afternoon. Thanks for having me. As always, I apologize. I'm coming to you from Edmonton, Alberta today. Thank you for the time. I'm a little bit behind on my feed here, so hopefully you can see our ask. But first, to put it out on the floor, we are requesting an increase of funding to $256,000 annually, an increase of $169,100 over what we have currently coming in. We believe that the Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center that is currently under construction and set to open within our next fiscal year in the spring of 2023 is going to be a key tourism asset, not just to align with your action plan that was set out early on by this council, but also with Travel Alberta and Destination Canada as we address the key agricultural advantage in southern Alberta. The next piece there. Oh, sorry. Back up. Yeah. Our grant agreement exists today. It's in place to ensure that in the event that we have to give the keys back to the City of Lethbridge, these facilities would be in working order. And so this particular ask today shifts that a little bit. And so in the past, where we've come, when we've had to replace significant capital assets and need significant capital investment into the site, we've had to come back to council and ask. And the idea of this ask today is instead to align with the practices that are outlined by City Council and City Administration for the use of municipal buildings to put a life cycling into place for any capital assets that will need to be replaced over the useful life of the facility. We've had the opportunity to speak with members of administration to ensure that we are following the same lead that they're taking with regard to the replacement of capital assets in these buildings and putting money aside. And so we are currently in the infancy of starting out to align our systems. And I can't remember the name of the software, but we've met with administration members who work on this, the engineers from city administration who work on this type of life cycling for the building. We would like to see a solid agreement put forward between Lethbridge and District Exhibition and city administration to ensure that our preventative maintenance and our testing of facilities and all of the different aspects of life cycling within the building do align with how all of you manage your facilities within the city, so that we don't have to come back for capital requests of yourselves or the province over the lifespan of this building. This increase of money will not go to our operation. This will go to a dedicated life cycling fund, and it will be put into a long-term investment to maximize the yield, minimizing the risk, only to be liquidated when we do need to draw down to replace major capital assets, which we hope, with the fact that all of our systems coming online in 2023 will be brand new, that we have a window to build up a surplus before we have to draw down on this money. And then the next slide is just really an interest table that we think we can build over the lifespan, the expected lifespan, of the Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center, with over 16 million in potential capital reinvestment that would go into the building from this life cycling fund. And this is similar to other initiatives in conversation with the city manager that will be put forward for other practices within the budget upcoming. So I thank you for the time, and I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you. I do have questions. Councillor Dodick?
Excuse me. Yes, this question is for administration. Having regard to the capital cost of the structure that we're talking about and the amount being sought for life cycle, how does it compare to life cycle on an annual basis, bearing in mind the actual capital cost of this building? Is this in accord with the life cycle costs that the city sets aside for the facilities that they themselves construct?
So I'll start, as Mr. Workington touched on. I did go through this with them, and in this case, for this one, as far as a responsible approach, I think this is definitely wise as far as other city facilities, and there I'll look to Mr. Elliott for comment on that.
Thank you. I can just add to that we've connected, as Mr. Workington indicated, him and his staff to our facility staff. So they are working together closely with our asset modeling software as well to just double check and ensure assumptions are correct and that it is in alignment with other city facilities.
Thank you very much.
I do have a question. And I noticed the 86.9, understanding a new facility, and you're putting it to ask for the 256, so a difference of $169,000. With a new facility and additional revenues, which we hope to be realized, is this the only dollar figure that's going to be going into that life cycle, or is there going to be match funds coming from the facility, obviously as we recognize the additional revenue streams that we hope to have with the new facility being open?
Yes, thank you for that, Mayor Hagan. The first thing I will say is this is particular money put away for the capital replacement life cycling. We are putting a year-to-year repairs and maintenance budget of approximately $200,000 in our operating budget as well. Our board of directors has a 5% initiative of our overall gross revenue that puts aside for capital replacement of the overall asset, which we put into our own financial instruments to offset, ideally, 30 to 50 years from now, the overall replacement of the assets, so we're not in the same situation that we're in today. So this, to go back to a previous question, is our engineer's estimate of what will be expected for the non-warranty items such as boilers, roof systems, et cetera, within the building to be replaced over the next 30 years. And then the 5% of our gross revenue that we put aside from the board will be to replace the true physical asset in the building itself and long into the future.
Right. And just to confirm here, if for some reason, and let's hope this is never the case, that Lethbridge Exhibition does not exist, that building would be an asset of the city of Lethbridge, being it's on the land of the city, is what I understand, correct? Mr. City Manager?
Yes, that's correct, as far as I understand it.
So the life cycle is important. Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just so that I'm clear, Mr. Workington, the request here is for $256,000 for the ongoing maintenance to the new facility. Is that correct?
That is correct, specifically for capital replacements of systems in the new building.
Right. Then you've talked about a $200,000 additional for the operating budget for contingencies for that facility again?
That is for smaller repairs and maintenance, general repairs and maintenance that are of more of a day-to-day nature that would happen through our operation. Then the 5% capital fund is put away for overall replacement.
Okay, so there's a request here for about $456,000 for that facility. Is that correct?
No, sir. The $200,000 that we put aside is money gained through our operations, and that we put aside for ourselves. The request is specifically for $256,000 from the committee.
Okay, good. So we're clear on that. What about the ongoing operating costs of the other facilities on the grounds? That's not included in this. I take it you have adequate funding for those. There won't be an additional request for funding for those facilities to maintain them before they're ultimately disposed of?
We are still working through that, although that is not part of the specific budget ask.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Just for clarity's sake, I just want to ensure that I understand this is not for ongoing maintenance. This is for a life cycle reserve.
That is correct, Councillor Carlson. This money would be put specifically into a financial instrument and only drawn down.
And thank you. And so if I can, through you, Mr. Mayor, to City Manager or Designate, it sort of sounds like a good practice. We've been bitten in the nether regions before by city leases that have then come back to us and not been in reasonable shape, I'll put it that way. Is this something we're exploring for any other community groups or outside organizations that lease from us?
Yeah, other groups we should be looking at it. Council will see later in the budget some other similar themes like this that I'll elaborate more on when we get to that point. But that's exactly it. This is as Mr. Workington touched on, this was a discussion between he and I, and this is a wise practice. Otherwise, you get into a state where you have a large capital expenditure because something failed earlier than anticipated and post-warranty, and you don't have the money. So this is wise because of the interest it generates and so forth.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that, and I'm glad we're considering it for other organizations. Question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Workington. I think Councillor Middleton Hope just touched on it. This is only for the new facility. The other facilities on site, I'll mention one that I've been in when it's raining and it's pouring on my head in the grandstand. Do you have a plan for those facilities? Or I know that is also leased through you to another group. So I'm just wondering if you're talking about these very similar type of capital funds or replacement or life cycle costs for other of your facilities, namely the one that pours water on my head when I'm there watching the thoroughbred races.
I appreciate the question, Councillor Carlson. This is specifically for the new Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center. For clarity, we are still working on the demolition plan for the existing pavilions that we operate at Lethbridge Industrial Exhibition, and then we will work on a capital plan at the end of the current lease with the Rocky Mountain Turf Club, which will be 2024, and what the future looks like for the potential extension that's included in their lease through 2029. So I do not have that as of today.
Okay, thank you.
I see no further questions, so thank you, Mr. Workington, for your presentation. Appreciate it. And I'm sure you'll have more questions coming in. Thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Next, we have Mr. Stouffer, Mr. Hank Stouffer, Operations Manager for Softball Valley. And I'm not sure. Come on up, Mr. Stouffer. And then on deck, we have Susan Iman, Executive Director of Lethbridge Sport Council. Mr. Stouffer. Stouffer. Thank you, Mr. Stouffer.
Your Worship, members of council, thanks for taking the time to hear us. First, we're going to give you a little bit of history of Softball Valley. In the mid-'80s, various members of the softball leagues in Lethbridge realized the need for a facility for all leagues to play and to get off the school fields because they were really not conducive to play. The city offered us some land that no one else really wanted, as we were right next door to the wastewater plant. Members of the Lethbridge softball got to work and literally built this park from the ground up. We picked rocks, laid the irrigation pipe, built fences, and continued to do fundraising on the side to continue to improve the park. We were not handed $1 million facility, but this park is now worth $5 to $6 million, all of which is leasehold improvements to the city. Next slide, please. In the past 20 years alone, we have added approximately $2 million in upgrades through fundraising and grants. This table shows a breakdown of the various sources of where this funding came from. We have also added another $200,000 into the park and into our equipment through those years where we have extra funds either through our programming or fundraisers like a casino. As a nonprofit, we put any extra funds when they're available back into the park. Next slide, please. Today, Softball Valley is considered one of, if not the premier softball facility in Canada. And we've been hosting a number of elite events that have brought millions of sport tourism dollars into the city. Next slide. For the city of Lethbridge, it is one of the largest parks at 65 acres and highest used with 350 people per night, and that's people of all ages and backgrounds. And we donate the use of this park to several user groups for their charity work as well. In 2000, the Board of Directors of Softball Valley, next slide please, saw a need to adjust the way the facility operated, and we went from an almost total volunteer-run operation to more paid staff. As the sport of slow pitch continued to grow, the demand for diamond space also grew with the inclusion of the mixed league. The 2018 Ball Field Strategy Report commissioned by the city cited adult softball second only to hockey in usership within the city. Now, some 20 years later, we are seeing a need again to adjust how we operate. We have been fortunate to have dedicated volunteers and staff who put the park over their personal needs and finances. However, as with most organizations, we are seeing a lack of volunteers stepping forward to run and organize leagues. This is evidenced in both our mixed and men's leagues, where Softball Valley has had to take over the operation of these leagues, and we have had to hire a league coordinator to run the leagues. And we've charged the teams a premium to do this job. We still use volunteers to run key positions in our organization, but as the size of our business has grown, these jobs have become almost full-time, and we can in no way see volunteers stepping in to continue this work. The way we operate is becoming unsustainable, and we need to pay staff for these positions going forward. This would also ensure our continued level of service. We are asking for an increase in our fee-for-service funds by $60,000, bringing the total we received to $136,060. We now receive $76,060, but our budget alone is $180 in basic operations that directly apply to our fee-for-service requirements as listed by our lease agreement. All the other extra money comes from our programming and concession sales. Because we started this facility completely volunteer-based, we have always had to operate on a tight budget, and we don't see where we can reduce costs to increase revenues. The other option is to raise user fees, but since we already raised fees by about 25% to pay for the league coordinators, we are concerned about another substantial increase. During COVID, as we were closed due to city and AHS policy, we saw numerous teams play games out in Coaldale and Colehurst, And the concern would be if we got too expensive, we would see leagues and teams simply move to those communities. It should be noted that our fee structure is on par with other facilities in the province. Also, if we were not operating under such tight financial constraints, we would be willing and able to host more provincial and national events. We are constantly asked to do this, but these events have become costly to us to host with upfront fees and can be risky because most of the income would come from our concession sales, and those sales can be very weather dependent. When you compare what we do, the size of our facility, and the number of people that utilize the park, and our community involvement, we feel the extra funding is justified to manage our facility and continue to move forward. When you review the business case agreement study of how Softball Valley aligns to corporate and council goals, our facility meets or exceeds performance measures tied to the Recreation and Culture Master Plan, and we feel the extra funding is necessary to meet these requirements. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Stouffer. Great presentation, and appreciate all the work that you do down there in Softball Valley. I'm quite amazed as I saw the one part of the ask is for a $45,000 full-time bookkeeper. You're really sharpening your pencil there to be able to get a bookkeeper full-time for $45,000 as well as $15,000 for concession. So you're keeping those costs straight as tight as you possibly can, obviously.
And most of that is because most of our work is done in the summer. Like right now, our bookkeeper is probably working about 30 hours a week, and that's all volunteer. You know, we have 35 staff on our payroll, so just our payroll is a large job each month.
Right. Question I have is during COVID, you were talking about the inability to create revenue during that time as you know, we had different lockdowns, et cetera. Tell me how you managed to make it through there. Is it some of the different federal programs that were available for you or different grants?
I went on CERB myself. I had 2 grounds crew girls come in. They were both on CERB as well. We did get some additional funding for them later on from just granting employment grants. But we basically, all we did during that summer was cut the grass. And that's all we did.
Yeah, and we didn't. And the reason I asked is I didn't see coming into council at that time. So thank you being very, very frugal with those dollars and doing what you need to do. So
we did have a little bit of savings put aside, and we burned through that pretty quickly. But we did what we could.
Awesome. I do not see any further questions in the queue, but I'm sure there may be some coming over the next couple of weeks here. So thank you very much, Mr. Stouffer, for your presentation, and wish you all the luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Iman, and then after Ms. Iman, we have Vicki Hedges with Executive Director for Lethbridge Symphony. It would be on deck. So I'll start off with Ms. Iman.
His Worship Mayor Higgin, through to committee members, I'm Susan Iman, Executive Director of Lethbridge Sport Council. Thank you for the invitation to share with you how Sport Council aligns with corporate and council planning documents. Through the City Rec and Culture policy, Lethbridge Sport Council is identified as a primary stakeholder in supporting a sport and recreation delivery system. And so it's not surprising that our activities align with city planning documents. In 2018, City Council supported the need to increase our staff capacity to meet the growing needs of the community. We're asking for the continuation of this funding and annual inflationary increases. Through a series of community consultation sessions, the City Sport and Recreation Policy was adopted in 2007. Our mandate is to enhance and develop amateur sport from playground to podium, helping to develop great neighbors, community leaders, and preparing our residents to be active and healthy for life. The Sport Council is managed by 3 full-time staff and governed by a 15-member board of directors comprised of a diverse group of passionate community leaders that represent sport in Lethbridge. The submitted business plan describes in detail the alignment with these 5 documents. I will highlight a few on the next few slides. The Sport and Recreation Policy has 9 mandates which guide our operations. This chart highlights a few KPIs from our business plan. We provided at least 1 support to 69 sport organizations, representing about 15,000 residents. With the Calgary Flames Sport Bank, we distributed sport gear to 120 children. And we have developed a strong partnership with Tourism Lethbridge and are excited to work together on sport tourism initiatives for our community. We have a shared vision and complementary skills. Sport organizations have varying needs, and we pride ourselves in the ability to customize our supports, from helping to run AGMs, virtual voting, and business development, to developing media releases, promoting programs, and celebrating local sport achievements. Our mandate aligns with four municipal development plan outcomes. We are your gateway to sport and recreation. We provide a voice for sport at city stakeholder engagement sessions, most recently the Transportation Master Plan, and for the utilization of recreation and culture facilities. We pride ourselves in the work we do to help you create a thriving community for both residents and visitors. And we align most closely with the Recreation and Culture Master Plan. We refer to it to help guide planning and share it with local and provincial sport organizations to help them understand the assets and the needs of our community. Our mandate aligns most with Direction 8, seen here, promote and support identification of relevant recreation preferences, needs, and trends. And Direction 5, ensure the community is educated about recreation and cultural opportunities, benefits, initiatives that reduce barriers. The master plan speaks about the importance of inclusion in public health. Inclusion is in our vision and guides our day-to-day work. Our mandate does not specifically mention public health. However, it's impacted by sport and recreation and is linked to all aspects of our mandate. Several of you were on City Council in 2018, and I'd like to thank you for your support at that time. It has been an unpredictable 4 years, and with your additional support, we had the ability to respond to new circumstances and community needs, enhance and grow our services and relationships to meet the needs of the community. We are extremely appreciative of the one-time funding, but one-time funding has its downfalls. The inability to fully train new employees to their prescribed roles. They can be trained to complete project tasks, but not to lead and further develop our events and programs. Attracting and retaining staff is challenging. We've had 3 individuals in this one position over 4 years. It makes our work and the use of city funding less efficient. Therefore, we ask for at least a 2-year funding commitment and ideally integrate it into the fee-for-service base funding. We're asking for 3% because that was our annual increase prior to 2018. Recognizing inflation is currently at higher levels, we would be delighted to accept a higher percent increase. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Simon, for your presentation. I do not see any questions. Oh, I do have a question. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Simon, for the presentation. I'm trying to recall, N75 in 2017 or 18 was approved for 2 years. And then I believe when we reopened the budget in 2021, was it further approved? I'm trying to research my notes and I can't recall. Did we?
So initially it was approved for 1 year and then again for a year, both 55,000. And then 2 years into it at the review, I think everyone took a 10% cut. So it went to 49.5 and it was approved for 2 years.
Can you just remind me what the original intent of N75 was? Was it for wages?
Staff. It was for staff because we struggle with finding any money out there for staff. In fact, this morning I just got another decline. But we had at the time asked for program and marketing money as well. But we make do and we look for project grants to support then the programs and projects that we are able to offer in the community.
Okay, thank you. And so part of your ask is to, if approved, to embed that in the base budget, because I think I'm understanding the challenges of if you've only got year funding, it's hard to attract staff on you've got a 6-month or a 12-month contract, and then you got to go cap in hand again. And so is that part of the rationale that if it can
Absolutely.
be in the base budget, then it's easier to attract and retain?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you.
I see no further questions. So thank you very much, Simon. Appreciate you coming in and doing your presentation.
Thank you.
Next we have, we're going to take a small break after I see that Mr. Fahmy is here again. Sorry, we should have kept you up for both. Didn't realize until I seen this, my apologies. But we have Vicky Hedges from Executive Director with Lethbridge Symphony presenting, and after that, Mr. Kavami, and we will, after that, we will have a quick 10-minute break. So we'll turn this time over to Sajidis. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aaron Bellamy. I'm the president of Lethbridge Symphony Association, and joining me is Vicky Hedges, executive director of Lethbridge Symphony Association. Both Vicky and I are former musicians with Lethbridge Symphony, but we're current volunteers and current leaders. And on behalf of the LSA, we thank you so much for your time this afternoon. To start, the mission of Lethbridge Symphony is to create and promote a first-class orchestra that produces memorable musical experiences for audiences of all ages. And for over 60 years, we are proud to have worked with the City of Lethbridge to help achieve this mission. We do this through our values, which revolve around delivering high-quality services in a welcoming and inclusive environment, backed by collaborative partnerships with educational groups such as the University of Lethbridge, and sound financial stewardship and business management practices.
You'll see that, if you can just back the slide up once, please. You'll see that part of our values are offering a welcoming and inclusive environment. Diversity and inclusivity is important to us, and we work with local groups such as the Branches Fine Arts Academy for at-risk youth, with the Green Acres Foundation, with the YWCA, and with other groups where we're pleased to offer them highly discounted tickets so that their clients or patrons can come and experience live music from the symphony orchestra. That's called our Community Chords program. Slide 4. You'll see here that with our core services, there are some numbers in point number 1 and number 2 of how we reach out to the members of our community. That's important to us. And in points 3 and 4, we connect very closely with youth. So we have a mentorship program called our Emerging Artists Program. We have the Young Artist Competition every other year, and we just recently announced that Elena McNeil was one of the winners, who's a violinist with the Lethbridge Symphony. And these core services help connect us with those who live in the city of Lethbridge and the area out as far as Medicine Hat, into the Crow's Nest Pass, and up toward Calgary.
So our request as part of this meeting is to maintain the previous year's funding of $53,900 per year for 2023, 2024, 2025, and 2026. There's no request for increased funding at this time. We have reviewed the impact of inflation and are confident through streamlining our service model that we will be able to provide the same level of support with current funding.
Next slide, please. To summarize the value that the Lethbridge Symphony gives to the city of Lethbridge and the community in general, we do attract a significant portion of traffic to the downtown area. We provide a live music experience which cannot be replicated virtually. We partner with local businesses, such as the Heart of the City program, which saw us partnering with Mocha Cabana, where we had our musicians playing at their venue. And then anyone who ate there also got a percentage off the tickets. We encourage that sort of shared audience, and we see that as a loop of support that allows our audience members to become patrons of downtown businesses as well.
Next slide, please. For this table, we want to look at in terms of all the ticket revenues, I guess the support from the city of Lethbridge, and the revenue we put back into the local community through, wages of our musicians, of our staff, as well as procurement of specialty services, and bringing that back into our community. It's important to note, like Vicky said, an event put on by the Lethbridge Symphony is the destination for those coming into the downtown core. You don't just go to a symphony concert. You often go out to dinner beforehand or after, or pick out a new outfit or a new accessory for the night. It's about creating a spark of economic activity in our downtown core, especially in a post-COVID world.
Next slide, please. To show a return on our investment, the dollars that we receive from the city are very important to us. And of course, we would love to ask for more, but we know that we can manage with the 53.9 that we've been given in the past. We have developed our own set of KPIs that are in alignment with the Recreation and Culture Master Plan of the city. And we will be holding ourselves to that standard and that alignment with the city goals in the things that we do through the Lethbridge Symphony Association.
Yes, and we're at time, but I guess we have this table within our business case that goes through those KPIs in detail. Thank you so much for your time, and we'd like to open the floor for questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I do have questions. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Thank you for the presentation. My question through you, Mr. Mayor, is to administration again, and it's just curious, and maybe you can help me with the process. We have, I don't know how many grants we do hand out to various organizations. I'm only seeing so far the symphony and the exhibition coming forward. Symphony is asking to just remain the same. Exhibition had a change, so I understood that. Are the rest of our grant recipients coming forward, or I'm just curious why there's 2 and not 22?
To Councillor Carlson. So what we're seeing today is the ones that are in the fee-for-service page or the other grants that are on that. So there is other grants throughout the organization. That's not included on those pages that we typically see. Each group has, not every group that's on that list, however, has requested to come to council.
Okay.
Although they were notified, the members or the groups that have came forward today are the ones that have asked or requested to come forward to council.
Okay, so that, because there is like 20-some groups that do, but if they requested to come, they came. Okay, thank you.
I see no further questions. So thank you very much for the presentation. Appreciate it. And again, as I say to all, I'm sure you'll hear more from us in the near future, questions, via email, etc. So thank you. Thank you. And before our break here, Mr. Kavami, I'm sorry again that we didn't have you up, as you could have done a double duty there. Welcome up, and the floor is yours.
Thank you again, Your Worship. I was asked to also present on behalf of Little League District Number 1, which operates Canola Harvest Field here in Lethbridge, which was developed as a legacy to the 2002 Little League Canadian Championship and has been home to many provincial and regional events since its inception that year. Little League District Number 1 takes very much pride in the operation of the facility and the maintenance of the facility. We're very proud of our legacy that we are the largest per capita youth organization in Little League in Canada, with the number of youth playing per 1,000 people in the region. And many of them look forward to their time to play on the premier Little League field in Lethbridge here. We're requesting funding to increase to a level of $8,500 for the 2023 to 2026 period. Obviously, the reasons are similar to the other facilities that are around. Staffing is becoming a challenge. We do partner with other organizations to help with the staffing levels. Supplies, fuel, cost, repairs, and of course safety. We did add a Challenger program to the facility a couple of years ago, and if you're not familiar with that, that is a program for the mentally and physically challenged, and we're happy to have them play out of the facility, and we have to be more concerned about safety concerns when you're looking after those youth that are on the field. So That is our request for that facility this year going into your planning. And I'd be happy to take any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much again for your presentation, Mr. Kavami. Is there any questions from my colleagues? I see none. Again, I sound like a broken record. I'm sure you'll hear some if there's any questions come up prior to a decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We'll now take a break. It's 1:45. Back here at 1:55, 10 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back here. We're a couple minutes past my 10 minutes, like that ever happens, right? And we'll get back on with our Economic Standing Policy Committee meeting. And we have presenting next Michelle Day, Executive Director with Nikiyuko Japanese Gardens. And then on deck would be, it seems like I'm like playing baseball or something. And on deck we have David Ng with Norbridge Seniors. So, Ms. Day.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Councillors. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Brad Hembroff. I'm the president of the Nikiyuko Japanese Garden, and Michelle Day is here. In keeping with the pace of movement that everybody else has done, we'll move along quickly. I, of course, don't propose to go through the materials, and I might bounce around on the screen a little bit. If you could go to the next one, please. The garden's intent in the past and as we move forward is to align our mission and vision with that of the municipal development plan that's underway at present. And I think you'll see that what we are doing will be in keeping with that. As you can see, the mission, the Lethbridge and District Japanese Gardens Society, celebrates the influences of people of Japanese ancestry, narrating a history of this region through garden architecture, the natural environment and culture in southern Alberta. And the vision, and I would simply point out in the vision the importance of the beauty of our diverse community. And I believe that that is something that we do very well. In order for us to continue to do that and to run a smooth and efficient operation of the Bunka Center and the garden, and I would point out year-round. This is now going to be a year-round facility. And to continue to support all of its many activities, all of which I think you all know makes our garden consistently the #1 tourist attraction year-round. In fact, it was one of the top 10 gardens in North America not that long ago. So with that in mind, if we can turn to the screen that sets out our request, right there. You can see that for the 2023-2026 budget cycle, we're starting out with a request of $547,764 for 2023, which would then increase on a 3% basis annually through to 2026. In addition, I understand that it is now a requirement that we undertake an audit, and so we're asking for an additional $15,000 to conduct that audit. I would point out that the amount that we're requesting has rolled into it the amounts that have been awarded to us in previous years, whether it is the base funding or one-time funding. So this amount is the actual amount that we're looking for our operations. At present, the garden, if you can go to the staff list, please. I think that was back one, yes. You'll see our staff structure now in order to be able to offer to the community year-round operations. We have 14 full-time and one part-time staff, which is a considerable growth from when I first came to the garden in 2014. We have grown considerably thanks to the efforts of the young woman who's sitting to my right, who has made this garden what it is now, which is a world-class facility. So I would say to you probably what you've already heard. In order for this garden to continue to operate, it has to keep pace with inflation. It has to keep pace with an ability to retain staff, which means that we have to be able to pay them an amount of money that will keep them there. And this funding request is exactly what we need in order to be able to achieve that. That's fundamentally important to offer all of the myriad of activities that the garden offers. I would also point out, and if we can skip ahead to a couple, keep going please, sorry, there. I think this is important. In the past 5 years, the society itself has invested $1,065,000 into the garden. And that is a function of a number of activities that we've been able to accomplish from the Bunka Center itself and what we've done for the Bunka Center and all of its exhibits, which I think many of you have seen, It includes a fairly significant donation that has come recently from the Shumi Actor art donation, and on it goes. I think for those of you who have been into the city, into the gardens, pardon me, you will have seen the timeline on the wall, you will have seen the exhibit, you will have seen the memory capture project. All of those things, the new dome that we have now, are things that we've been able to do thanks in large part to what the city has given us in the past. And so that's where we sit on a go-forward basis, and I'm pleased to answer, and Michelle, any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambroff. Appreciate your presentation. And I do have questions. Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Thank you. Through the, Your Worship, through to the city manager designate in regards to the funding. I'd like us to perhaps at some point have a picture of where they were from a financial perspective 4 years ago and what that budget looked like. The request is for $547,000 in year one of a 4-year budget. There's also a request there for $15,000, if I'm not mistaken, for let me use the language, the financial audit. Is that a one-time cost or is that an ongoing cost? So there's a couple of questions I'm hoping Mr. Matthews might be able to help us with.
To your mayor, to Councillor Middleton-Hope, I'm just taking a look at some background information, and it looks like back in, I'm just gonna make sure I got the right numbers here. Approximately, well, 162 plus 171. It's approximately about $333,000 in 2019. For the two amounts, there was a one-time amount of $171,190 and the base budget of $162,100 for 2019. That did go up in 2022. The base amounts has stayed the same at $162,100, but there was $243,171 additional one-time component there, and I believe that was some of the pieces for the Bunkus set, if I remember right.
Sorry, what was the total for 2022?
2022, I'll just give you a total amount here. 1 second, 62 plus, so just approximately 405,000, of which 162,100 was the base, and 243,000 was the one-time adjustment that was brought in.
Okay, so we're looking at a requested increase here of what, $155,000 a year? Okay, because the way in which it's represented here, it looks like it's $540,000 request.
That's correct.
You're asking for an additional $547,000? No, you're asking for a budget to get up to $547,000, which is an increase of about $153,000-ish?
Yeah, I'd have to do the backs, but
That's our starting point, if you will, into consideration. All of those other amounts from previous years have been factored into that $547,000 number.
Yeah. Okay. And the $15,000, if we can have some clarification on the $15,000, one-time initiative, ongoing initiative, what?
We understand that the city now requires us and other societies to conduct annual audits, and that's the cost of an audit on an annual basis, $15,000.
So it's an ongoing cost. Got it. Thank you.
City Treasurer, you had something to add to that?
Just for clarity on here too, though, for council, keeping in mind that a portion of that funding was one time. So the reason why a number of the groups, including Nikiyuko, are coming back forward is because only 161,000, or 162,000, I should say, of the funding to Nikiyuko is actually in the base budget going forward. So the differential, which is 400, I believe it's 400,000 between the two, roughly, is actually the amount they're requesting. Because what happened there, Councillor Middleton-Hope, without trying to make this more confusing than it is in it, is that the one-time adjustment amount of $243,171, that went away at the end of December 31st, 2022. It's not ongoing in the budget.
So this is a request to incorporate that into permanent funding?
That's correct. Well, it's overall, when you take a look at the total, what they're requesting, they have $385,664 for the funding increase, and the 15,000 for the audit. So when it's not quite the same thing probably to say 2022 to 2023. They might be a little bit different than the ask, I think it's fair to say, on that. But in the total funding, we only have 162,000 the base. To have both pieces, they have to add an extra 400,000.
I think I would point out that the one-time funding, we had asked for about $550,000 in 2018. And what came out of that is what we have been working on for the past several years. And in addition, I think one of the other significant changes to bear in mind is that the Bunka Center is going to allow us to run year-round. So we will have year-round employees. We've not had that in the past. That will add to the experience, not just of the garden, but to Henderson Lake in general, because it's open year-round.
And year-round income, which you didn't have before.
That's true, but I think in order to continue to function, we need to be able to pay our people on an in-front basis, and that's the tricky part. I think everyone is aware of what inflation is doing right now, and you know, if you look at a $15 an hour minimum wage, nobody can live off of that. And so retaining employees requires us to have funding sufficient to meet those kinds of requirements. That's how the garden operates more efficiently.
So is there anything in here that indicates your increased revenues that you're projecting? And that's been deducted from your request?
Not deducted from the request, because this request is just based on staffing it. So all those other things like programming and events, et cetera, that comes from the revenue generating side of tickets or grants or whatever. So this is completely a staffing funding request.
Okay, thank you.
Further to that, I just wanted to add that, but if revenue is coming from another area, could you not use that for staffing? There's revenue generating, so I'm looking at some leveraging dollars here because you've got donations, you've got increased revenue with Festival of Lights, so you come for an ask for staffing, et cetera. Could you not use some of the revenue? That's the idea with the Bunka Center, et cetera, is to increase revenue to offset expenses. And it looks to me that that's separate. We'll increase revenue, but I'm not sure where this is going.
So if we look at the budget presented or projected for your budget, that 547.48 that we're requesting still is only currently like 35% of covering the staff. So all that revenue that we're getting still offsets staff costs. So we are keeping consistent as we have in the past of asking for like 35% of the cost to cover our staff wages.
Okay, and you're talking about some of these grants and also donations that came in, sizable donations, which does not affect the operating?
No, when we get grants, it's always used for specific things, not for staff. Or when
you would use that, you'd use other dollars to do those specific things anyways, wouldn't you? So you'd actually alleviate those dollars by using.
Not necessarily. When we get grants, it's for specific capital things, not for staff. So again, we're just asking for our staff to be covered.
No, and I know what you mean there, but when you talk about these different capital things, they would be on your radar anyways as an organization.
Not necessarily.
Which is something you never would have had or never would have thought about.
No, every time I apply for grants, it's when they do become available, that's when we pull together and like, why are we applying for this grant? And if we're successful, we use that grant funding for that specific project or that specific event or whatever the grant allows us to do. I do apply for staff grants when they're available, but as we know, some of the staff grants unfortunately aren't consistent, such as the STEP grant from the province, right? It was given and then it was taken away, given and taken away. So again, we're looking to ensure stability for our organization just to cover our staff.
And the last thing, just to add on, you have the society invested $1,065,000. Is there a way that we can get just sent to us a breakdown over the 5 years of what that is and how that's broken down? You can send it in, that's fine. And that's all that I have. Outside that, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you both for the presentation. Welcome home. How many minutes have you been back in Canada?
less than 48 hours, so if I pass out your seat.
Welcome, and thank you for that. I'm just curious on some of the pressures that you've been experiencing, and one of them was turnaround costs and orientation costs. With moving to full-time or full year round, are you seeing any offsets on those abilities to retain folks and not have to continually orient and train folks? Are we seeing any?
We've seen some who have left, who have been with us for only a very short period of time and have moved on because they were able to find a better wage at another place. And that's part of the challenge. And I think the other thing to bear in mind when we look at funding requests, whether it's just from the city or otherwise, a responsible organization also takes the time as best as they can to put money aside for a rainy day. And we have and are doing our best to continue to do that on a go-forward basis so that if we get stuck, we've got a little bit of money there that we can cover costs off for a very short period of time. So our reliance in part on what we're asking for from the city and the numbers that we're asking for are very important, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you for that. Nikki Yuko keeps a lot of excellent stats and records. I notice a lot of your visitors come from out of town, so it's a tourism generator. Do you do any work on return on investment or the economic impact of the gardens to our community?
We work with Travel Alberta, we work with Lethbridge Tourism. As part of the package, we've broken down what the return of investment is. So for every city dollar that you provide us, I think it's $1.86 per dollar in return. And we haven't been able to afford some of the data analysis systems out there. So everything that we have provided, we've gone out to get for free. However, our last Winter Light Festival posted code tracking, unfortunately, because the change with the Alberta government and Travel Alberta, they haven't been accessible to us. So again, that's us working with Tourism Lethbridge and again, Travel Alberta to help us get those stats to track those things.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Just one question I have, going through, and we're understanding that most of this is wages. A lot of this is what the concern's been. So I see around $913,000 for 2023 to 2026 yearly for wages. Do you have what that dollar amount would be in the previous budget, 18 to 22? So you're going up to 913,000, and sorry if it was in there, I could not find it.
If it's a number we don't have at hand, we can certainly
Okay.
provide.
Yeah. Oh, and just, so we do have someone online there. When you speak, Mr. Hembrock, we just have to speak into a mic just so we can hear.
I have 2022, and I
2022?
have, yeah, and that one, and again, this doesn't reflect a year-round facility yet. So that was 405,271 was the staff funding, and the budget for staff costs, 695,570.
Staffing back in 2018, 600 and...
No, sorry, that was just for 2022.
405,271?
No, staffing cost was 695,570 was budget.
Understanding there's more now. We've got the Bunga Center, et cetera, but so 695, and you're up to the request is 913,000, or is what the budget is, not the request, but the budget is. Okay.
Correct. And I'll get you that 2018 number.
Thank you. I see no further questions. So with that, thank you very much, Mr. Hembroff and Ms. Day, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Ng is up and on, as we'll say, on deck here because we're dealing with Prairie Baseball Academy next. Todd Hupka will be next after the presentation from Mr. Ng from Norbridge Seniors Facility. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council for letting me come and do the presentation today. My board president, George Berg, is not here today. He is ill, so I've brought our vice president, Helen Gepneris, here for some support. Okay, so next slide.
You could even come and support you. She could have sat beside you there. We might have a question for you. You never know, right? No.
So I'm just going to give you a snapshot of the last 5 years at what Norbridge has been experiencing. So in 2018, our membership boasted a record high of 1,427 members. And now that's not the highest we've had, but from 2010 on to up to 2018, that was probably the highest we've had. So that's 50 members less than our highest amount that we've ever had was back in 2005 when we had 1,477 members. So that we were really on the path of going in the right direction with all the membership increase. But what we kind of knew, and we've been at council here prior to that, is the gaming revenue was starting a downward trend. So gaming revenue in the early mid-2000s, it was a big source of our income. And when our previous board members could see that it was dwindling down, that's when we started to strategize what we could try to come up with to find some more different sustainability to operate. But we did try some sources through the government of Alberta, and we were unsuccessful in partnering and finding some funding through Alberta Seniors. With that, we noticed that the operating expenses were steadily increasing, close to 3% a year. And so back in 2018, we did approach the City Council for some operational funding, and we were granted $75,000 for each year for the 2019 and 2020 year. Next slide. So in 2019 to 2020, we definitely noticed the gaming revenue proceeds drastically dropped. So from 2019, our winners gaming revenue was about $109,000. Of course, COVID hit, and which I'll touch on my third point down. Our gaming revenue in 2020 dropped to $60,000, so we lost about $50,000 in gaming revenue. Our membership, right before COVID hit, we were at 1,452, so we were still trending. We were a busy, active center. But then on March 13th, along with many other businesses, organizations all across Alberta, through the suggestion of the Chief Medical Officer, we had to close our doors on March 13th. Helen always jokes with me because on that day when we closed the doors, I said, "Oh, Helen will be back up and running in a couple weeks." Boy, was I mistaken. So roughly about 13 months or so on and off with a lot of restrictions that we experienced that we were not fully open. So with that, we saw programming, fundraising, our dining room revenue, our membership renewals were severely impacted. We tried to find innovative ways to generate some revenue. So we did some drive-by luncheons, some virtual programming, so we tried our best, but it just didn't bring in the revenues that would keep us, to keep the doors open because the expenses were mounting up as well. Next slide, please. So in 2022 here, our membership currently as of today, we have 1,381 members as of today. We are definitely trending upwards because as of today, I spoke with our front desk administration staff, and we have 56 new members just in the month of September. In our first quarter of this year, we brought on 124 new members, and we did a quick data analysis. Those members, we've never seen more seniors between the ages of 55 and 65 join. So we averaged probably about the age was 72 years old that the members were signing up in the beginning of the year. Gaming revenue continues to decrease as we're seeing in the first 3 quarters. Our food sales, if anyone has been at Norbridge for a while or seen some of our stuff, our dining room operations is through the roof. We're at capacity pretty much every day. But with that, we also see the food expense that we have to incur as well, because food expense has gone up through the roof as well. Touching on our operating deficit, because we're operating in a deficit because our operating funds, the reserve funds that we had set aside has been depleted because we had to use those back in 2020 late and 2021. We had a lot of support through the CEWS and the CERB grant, but that didn't help us pay for the utilities and to keep our building operating through that time. Sorry, the next slide. So her request here is going forward. We're not asking for anything extra than what we had originally asked for back in 2019 and 2020. We're looking for that $75,000. And just going forward to touch on a few things that have come to our plate here. I know my time's up here. Our main funding platform is through the FCSS platform, and we just met with some of the members of the CSD committee, and they advised us that there will most likely not be an increase in our future funding for the next calendar year, but there will be a reduction of somewhere around close to $34,000. Now, they said that could be negotiated and still in the talks, but moving forward, we definitely know that that's going to impact us because we won't be able to, that would definitely cut some staff positions, and we won't be able to offer some of those support services under that FCS mandate. So on our back end too, it's where we don't get the funding through the FCSS. We depend on some of the funding that we can use for the operating to pay for some of our staffing to help out, because our center is definitely more than busy than I've ever seen before. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your presentation, Mr. Ng. And I do have questions. Councillor Parker?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ng, and thank you, Helen, for coming here today. I know that you guys have had many struggles during COVID, finding different funding models, and even pre-COVID, you've always tried to find different ways of finding more funds before you come to the city. Do you find it difficult to have always having to come before us? Would you like something more consistent so that you can leverage these funds to get other grants and funds? Because you're always at the beckoning of us every budget cycle. Does this affect you at all in any way?
100%. We are strapped with the unknown of where the gaming revenue is going to be. Like many other nonprofit organizations, we depend heavily on the Winners Bingo. We were projecting that the budget for the Winners Bingo was going to be roughly $80,000 for this year, but they're coming in currently. I think we're at about $54,000. So we are well behind our projected budget numbers. So that's going to really impact our operating expenses. So we might be dipping into a bit more of our reserve funds in some of our line of credit, possibly.
And I know firsthand how much your members appreciate what you do, but also the whole community, because there are some savings. When we invest in you folks, there's a savings to the community as a whole. My question is to the city manager, and there was a question in regards to, I think it was Environment Lethbridge, regarding, is there an opportunity to put this as a line item in our operating budget? Because it seems that this is probably 10 or 12 years we've been into this with Norbridge. Is there an opportunity to do that? And would that be with a stroke of a resolution? Would you need that?
Your worship, to Councillor Parker, in regards to the Norbridge Senior one, what has been requested so far on this initiative, is it for it to be ongoing? So this one is looking at an ongoing source of funding for that $75,000 through the initiative process.
So if this does get passed in November, they would not have to come back in 4 years at another budget cycle. This would be a line item within the operating budget.
That is correct. It would be similar to any other group, though, that that would be their base in the operating budget.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, David.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks for the report. I was just gaming revenue. Is that, you were saying it's winners? Is that strictly Winners Bingo? Is that the only gaming revenue that you were talking about here, or do you try to get in with the casino?
Yeah, the casinos are on there as well, but casinos are only available to us every 32 months, I believe it is. So.
Okay.
Yeah, so we just had our casino here just this past last year, so we won't be able to assess it till 2024.
And there's no other gaming opportunities going forward in other than bingo or the casino, eh?
Correct.
Yeah, just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation and update. Just following up on Councillor Campbell, we just had our Alberta Municipalities Conference and Convention. We did just pass a resolution to advocate to, and so Alberta municipalities will be advocating to the province for a much more equitable gaming revenue stream, because we know the challenges many of our groups are facing, so that work will be done, fingers crossed. And following up on Councillor Parker, I think it's been 14 years that this funding has been in place, because I think it was 2008 when the request came, a joint request from Norbridge and LSCO for temporary funding, because I believe it was MLA Weddick at the time, MLA West, who had talked about that this is a provincial responsibility, seniors, and that they should be working on a new funding agreement. And so I believe we provided 2 years of funding at that time, pending provincial government support. That has never come through. How goes the advocacy? Is there anything we can do on advocacy? Because current minister, at least till October 6th, Pon is down quite often. Have you been talking with this Minister of Seniors and Housing on saying, can we get some predictable, stable funding? Because when I look at your revenue statement, you get that much from the province? Is that the amount,
Yes,
rounded up or down?
That's
And so I'm wondering if there's anything we can do to help you advocate for the province to be the one stepping in, because this is their jurisdiction.
Yeah, absolutely, and we would appreciate your help to advocate on that issue. When Minister Pon was down here on Whoop Up Days, she attended our barbecue, at Rotary Picnic Club, and I only had a brief 5-minute conversation with her, but it was not able to touch on a lot of stuff. But I did give her executive assistant some care package of some information and I have not heard any response yet.
Excellent. And further to that, is Norbridge part of Team Lethbridge?
No.
Yes? No? Team Lethbridge with economic development?
Oh, yes, sorry, economics.
Yes, you are.
Excellent. Sorry,
I'm just old. I just remember economic development.
Yeah, sorry, it is Team Lethbridge. Excellent. So we'll be heading up in November. I think it'll be a great opportunity to put some fleas in new cabinet ministers' ears. So
Thank you.
And I see no further questions, Mr. Ing, so thank you very much for your presentation. Next, we have Mr. Hoopka with Prairie Baseball Academy Society, followed by Yu Ying Strang with the Executive Director of Southern Alberta Art Gallery, following Mr. Hoopka.
Good afternoon. Real quick before I get into my presentation, I've been with Prairie Baseball Academy for 27 years. I've been the head coach for the last 12. Right from the start, when Prairie Baseball Academy first came to Lethbridge, the city of Lethbridge has been on side with us on creating Lloyd Nolan Yard and helping maintain it throughout the 26 years it's been there. And we've had a great working relationship with Robin and his crew and the irrigation department, and look forward to many more years working with the city and building our facility into even a bigger and better facility. Quickly, Prairie Baseball Academy initiated plans to build a facility in '97 in support with the city of Lethbridge. With provincial government, numerous local businesses, the Prairie Baseball Academy began construction in '98, completing the facility in '99. Those helping with the construction were board members, players, coaches, and PBA players, coaches, and many local citizens. It was truly made possible by a generous donation from the Nolan family of Iron Springs. And recently talking to the Nolan family, it looks like they might want to help us out for future upgrades to the facility too. So looking forward to working with the Nolan family too. Our request that we're asking for is a 10% increase to our annual budget of the $38,300 up to $42,130. We are confident we can continue to provide this facility to thousands of players and fans who visit annually with the same quality of service, and we do that with pride. I think the one thing that we ask when our players do come to Prairie Baseball is they learn to realize that volunteering and helping maintain our facility, volunteering for our camps, for education on other Little League kids in town, I think that helps a lot and helps us keep our costs down to what we're asking for today. That's really all my presentation is, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hupka. See if there's any questions from council members. I see no questions, so thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next, Ms. Su Ying Strang, Executive Director of Southern Alberta Art Gallery, followed by Ms. Jackie French, Executive Director of Southern Alberta Ethnic Association.
And is this mic on as well?
Test, test.
Perfect. Oki to His Worship the Mayor and City Councillors. My name is Su Ying Strang and I'm the Executive Director of the Southern Alberta Art Gallery, Mansiksikai Satapi Sinixon. I'm joined by our board chair, Melissa Arseniak, and we thank you for this important opportunity to highlight our recent work and our upcoming goals in the next budget cycle. The gallery is a cornerstone institution in Lethbridge. We've offered high-quality contemporary art programming in Lethbridge for over 4 decades, and we're integral to the development of a diverse and culturally rich city. We provide important community benefits that align with the strategic priorities outlined in Council's Gateway to Opportunity 2022 Action Plan. In addition to being a leader in creating a culturally vibrant city, we also contribute to an economically prosperous, healthy, and diverse and well-designed city.
The gallery is guided by an all-volunteer board of directors, including myself, with diverse professional backgrounds, including the finance, advertising, and legal profession, as well as artists, educators, and retirees. The board contributes their talents and time toward the organization's strategic direction, and in 2021, my incredible team contributed more than 1,500 volunteer hours to the organization, which by extension represents a significant investment for the Lethbridge community. We also employ a hardworking and dedicated team who are integral to the success of the organization, this being the staff. Our staff deliver exceptional programming, highlighting some of the key artists of our times. They're all up there for you to see. They are knowledgeable and skilled in their work and passionate about their service to the community.
Many of you may be aware that the gallery is nationally recognized for our engaging and relevant curatorial program. We offer quarterly exhibitions across 3 different exhibition spaces in our venue. We produce publications and host several public programs that add value and access points to our exhibitions. This robust program is accomplished with modest resources and is a great investment for the city. The city's KPMG report noted a lower cost per capita for recreation and culture when compared to peer cities, likely due to fee-for-service organizations being able to save the city money by doing the work ourselves for a lower cost compared to if the city had to run and staff these organizations on its own. Furthermore, the city accesses funding from other levels of government and the private sector, which more than doubles the city's cash investment via the fee-for-service agreement. In 2021, the gallery brought in an additional $517,000 from these other sources, and this demonstrates incredible value to the taxpayers in Lethbridge. Beyond this financial return on investment, there are countless qualitative benefits to the gallery's work in the city. Studies show that more than 80% of Albertans feel that art is important to their quality of life, and more than 85% agree that arts and culture make their community a better place to live. Our nationally recognized programming helps build the city's profile further afield, which develops Lethbridge's appeal as a tourist destination and as a wonderful place to live, work, and study. Combined, these qualities also help drive a diversified economy.
While we have many positive stories and successes coming out of the past budget cycle, the gallery has faced significant budget pressures for several years. In fact, ever since I joined the board back in 2017. I joined the board in 2018, but since 2017, there were significant budget pressures. In fact, we couldn't make payroll at one point. Our municipal-based funding has remained stagnant since 2017. Our provincial funding has been cut, and looking ahead, Our municipal-based funding has remained stagnant since 2017. Our provincial funding has been cut, and the pandemic significantly impacted our earned revenues. Looking ahead, inflation presents additional challenges, and the gap in our operating budget has widened year after year. While this happens, it's often the people who are impacted. Positions have been cut, and non-competitive salaries have resulted in staff turnover. This turnover costs us money and hampers productivity, reducing efficiencies and quality of service. Recruiting and training staff is expensive and also takes away from our mission and service to the community. We face a critical juncture where new investment is required to alleviate these constant pressures and ensure service levels and quality are maintained.
Balancing our budget is something critically important to me, and I started my tenure by carefully analyzing and overhauling our budget and our organizational chart to find efficiencies. We've taken several steps towards financial sustainability, including a review of programs, consolidating staff roles where possible, and cutting positions as necessary. This year, we saw the in-person return of our fundraiser art auction to resounding success and increased our fundraising efforts last fall by introducing a new event, SAG Social. The second iteration of this event will take place on November 3rd, and I hope you all will come. Consider this your formal invitation. We continue to develop our strategies for rebuilding earned revenue following the pandemic, and this will be a central pillar of our 2023-2026 strategic plan. The organization has worked tirelessly to improve the gallery's financial position and long-term sustainability, but we need new investment from the city to properly do our work for Lethbridge. The previous one-time funding that was closely tied to the gallery's core operations The reasons cited for this previous past one-time funding, flatlined and decreased funding, and increased compensation operational expenses are ongoing cost. It is critical that the one-time funding of $76,000 first invested in 2019 be incorporated into the gallery's base funding to support the stability of our operations. In addition to rolling this past amount into our base funding, we are requesting a new investment of $109,500 to address the past 5 years of flatline municipal base funding, rising operational costs due to inflation, and continued funding challenges. This investment supports our updated organizational chart and allows us to better deliver our programs and services to communities by replacing some diminished capacity. While there are several operational pressures to be addressed at the gallery, we have focused this ask on what we deem most important, investing in the people involved in serving our communities and carrying out our mission and programs.
The board and gallery as an organization have done everything we can internally to cut costs and increase efficiencies without sacrificing services. But quite frankly, there's only so much we can do. We are a fee-for-service.
I'm just going to ask, you're just wrapping up here. It's a few minutes past.
Yes, and that's my fault. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
We are a fee-for-service organization, and we need the city to step up if we are to continue delivering high-quality services to the community. What we're asking for today is not extravagant, it's necessary. By approving our modest requests, you can champion the sustainability of our organization and support us in continuing to provide a significant financial and cultural return for the city's investment. Thank you for your time. I apologize for going long, but we certainly welcome your questions and discussion.
That is quite all right. This does happen. Like I say, it's tough to get into that timeline, so thank you very much. But council does have the presentation, and it's gone through it, I'm quite sure, a few times. And if there's any questions, I don't see any in the queue, but they will reach. Oh, wait a minute, they did pop up. Councillor Dodick.
Oh, yeah, actually, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. The question is actually for administration. I just want to make sure I understand what the request is. So the base budget right now is $183,800. So if nothing were to happen, that's $183,800 on a continuing basis. And their request is an additional $76,000, which is a continuation effectively or an ongoing request, which was N76 as a new initiative, 76, which ended in 2022. So they're requesting that that continues with the next budget, 2023 and onwards. And then the actual base amount increase of, excuse me, $109,500 to be increased at the rate of 3%, accounting for inflation. So is that my understanding? Is my understanding correct?
That's correct, Councillor Dodick. So that $76,000 has been primarily related to operational cost and rolling that in, and a new investment of $109,500 on top of that. Thank you.
Gotcha. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you. Councillor Dodick asked 99% of my question. Do you have a breakdown on what the additional $109,000 will be used for? And I asked this of other groups that have come. Are there pieces you can pick and choose, or is it just give us this or keep the same?
Absolutely. Thanks for the question, Councillor Carlson. So in terms of the breakdown of those funds, it really is to support the increased salary to make a competitive wage. So we've redone our organizational chart and found some efficiencies, been able to combine some positions, and within the introduction of that new chart, we require some changes to salary levels. So that is a big part of that piece, and a more detailed breakdown can be provided following the presentation as well.
And I'd appreciate to see that if that's possible.
Absolutely.
Excellent, thank you.
And if I may, I went off script in our presentation and touched on it, but back in 2017, 2018, this is far beyond Su Ying's tenure and frankly before mine as well, the gallery could not make payroll. That is before any of this inflation and COVID and everything like that. And we passed 2 years now of operating deficit budgets. This year was about 60, and next year is looking at about $130,000. And it's just not sustainable. We've been doing backflips and working so hard trying to restructure the organization and make it work. But as you've heard earlier in the other presentations, we can't pay our staff minimum wage, and it costs so much to retrain and retrain and retrain. If you look at city salaries compared to our galleries' salaries, it's quite shocking. It's about respect and retention and ultimately sustainability, and there are efficiencies in keeping our staff.
And I'll note that the $60,000 deficit from last year was really offset from CEWS, which was covering a lot of wages during the pandemic. Those pandemic subsidies are really drying up, as we all know. In terms of other wage subsidy grants, similar to peer organizations that spoke earlier, of course we apply to wage subsidy funding all of the time. That is intermittent. It's also typically, not always, but often applied to contract and seasonal work, and it really isn't applicable to permanent, ongoing staff positions.
Thank you. Then I do need some further clarification then. I know you're going to provide a breakdown, but I believe that the 76,000 in I think it was N76 actually, 76 and 76, was to go to cover that wage gap.
Yeah.
But you're finding that even that wasn't sufficient, or have you added positions?
We've actually cut positions.
Cut positions, so we're still trying to shrink that wage gap is what the extra 109 is for.
If not for the COVID funding that we've received in the last 2 years, we would be in a very dire position.
Mm-hmm. And in review of the 76,000 before, I believe it was overall operational increases, though, so that includes programming, wages, et cetera, was due to some flatlined funding for previous years. So we were just catching up then, and now over the course of several years, falling behind again.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, that COVID has been a great impact, especially with that wage. Now, I'm just wondering here, with $30,000 we said was the loss of last year, 30-some thousand, I think I had heard, and then
it was 60, I believe. Yeah.
Sorry, and then 130 something projected.
Our budget for next year hasn't yet been approved, but that's what we're looking at, because again, we're losing the COVID subsidies that we've been relying on in the last several years.
And your board approves a deficit budget?
I have no choice.
So how are you covering these costs?
It is not sustainable.
130, well, it's not sustainable, but if you approve this, are you just cutting staff? Are you cutting hours? Is there an initiative to try to bring this down if funding does not come available? Because you can't run negative. And so there's obviously, there must be an initiative or what may happen if this funding is not received. You must have some direction from your board, I would imagine, or no?
Thank you for the discussion point, Mr. Mayor. I agree. We're going like this, and that is not a sustainable trajectory. And that's what my board has been faced with for the past several years. We've made significant changes, and 130 is significantly reduced from what it looked like 6 months ago before we started taking pretty aggressive steps. And when I say we, that's the board and also Su Ying looking at eliminating positions, doing some contracting out instead of having full-time, that sort of thing. But with inflation rising, with operational costs going up. Shipping is a big part of the art gallery budget for exhibitions coming and going. There are many, many variables at play and not just wages, and we're not paying our staff, even at our living wage, it's not super competitive. They're still making up far less, and they will be. We will never be able to compete with the city, for example. But we
don't think many people do. I just want to let you know that.
Yeah, no, I run a business myself, so I appreciate that position and that reality. But I just want to make it very clear, and Su Ying will provide very transparent financials on this. It's not extravagant wages that we're looking at. We're being very realistic and pragmatic, and we're looking for a sustainable future for the art gallery. We are a fee-for-service organization. We are a partner with the city. We seek outside funding in excess of $500,000 a year, and the city contributes a small but very significant fraction of that. And we would like the city to come up a little bit more, so we will have sustainability moving forward as opposed to constantly scrambling and trying to figure it out, because to your point, we won't be able to. We only have so much cushion left and so much runway left.
The negative is pulled from, is there
Cash reserve.
savings?
Yeah, there's a
But
cash
you do have
reserve.
savings. What is the amount of savings that you have?
It's just around 200,000, so it will get us
200,000
through
still
the
in the
next the next year. But part of that is restricted by Alberta Foundation for the Arts. We do have a policy in place by our provincial funders that require a 10% cash reserve be kept to ensure healthy, responsible fiscal management. And I just want to speak to the previous question, if I may.
If I could just, but
yeah,
could you
sure.
just let me know what is the 10% dollar amount?
So about $110,000.
110,000 is the 10%?
Yes, at this point.
You have how much currently?
Just shy of 200,000. Yeah. I wanted to speak to fund development initiatives really quickly, because that's something else that the organization has been doing quite a significant amount of work over the past year. Since November, we've doubled our membership, and we are looking to close that gap through a range of strategies. Part of it is the municipal investment, absolutely, but we're also looking at, we doubled our fundraising initiatives over the past year. We included a fall fundraiser that happens every November now. And so that fundraiser is a part of it, and we've brought back the live in-person version of Art Auction, which did quite well earlier this year. So I do believe it has to be a strategy that it combines a diversified revenue structure. And that's a big part of our work in our upcoming strategic planning. So looking at how our earned revenues rebounding from the pandemic are going to come back, as well as ensuring that we have healthy levels of government investment from all three levels of government. We know that federal operational funding is flatlined through 2025 is our next competition, as well as our provincial funding will also be on hold until the next 2 years. So this is one area of opportunity in the immediate future, as well as our earned revenues and private sector funding that we're working on. But it's really difficult in terms of operational funding to rely on private sector funding that goes in waves year after year. It has to be a good balance to be able to be sustainable.
Thank you. And I'm asking these questions. You're not doing a good job. It's a great job. It's just that, with what's happening around in our community, I visit businesses on a regular basis, and trust me, they feel this. They unfortunately can't come in front of us to get additional funding. They find ways to make it work. And when I see, $200K in the bank, understanding 110 can, I'm just looking at trying to find if there's multiple options out there that could be looked at. So, Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Thank you. In regards to the qualifications of staff, are we talking about entry-level positions, or are we talking about people that come to you, or you're hoping to attract people with a Bachelor of Art History degree? Can you give us some kind of sense of what your employee challenges are like?
Absolutely. So we have staff roles that range from entry level, for sure, a lot of our casual positions, all the way to management and senior leadership. So that range can require certainly a Bachelor of Arts, or our team has a range of educational background. I don't have all of their CVs in front of me, but absolutely we are looking for qualified team members who can help enhance the quality and level of service we provide, as well as help contribute to strengthening the organization long term.
Okay, thank you. And just two quick additional questions. You talked about wages, and wages for most organizations is somewhere in the vicinity of 80 to about 86% of your general budget in any event. You indicated that shipping was also a challenge. Are there other financial pressures that you're experiencing that you could articulate for us?
Well, shipping, certainly production cost as well are something that, you know, we put together a new exhibition quarterly. That's absolutely a part of it. But if we look at our organization, similarly to many other businesses, we have a lot of day-to-day operational expenses. Our vendors are local businesses here in Lethbridge for the majority of the folks who are contributing to the organization. But we are seeing all sorts of costs rise with inflation across any kind of general operating expense. Certainly wages, production funds, and general office funds, all of those pieces go hand in hand, seeing inflation over the past 5-6 years since we last received increase to our base funding.
And we've heard that I think you've taken a fairly fulsome examination, but have you conducted an efficiency examination of all of your business lines to determine where there are areas where perhaps you may be able to outsource, you may be able to reduce costs? And what does that look like?
I can take that question if I may. Yes, very detailed. About 2 years ago, our board sat down and went through every line item. And I should note, our treasurer is a CPA. We take numbers.
Those ours.
I would hope so. We take numbers very seriously, and that's when our board made some pretty dramatic changes. That's when the changes started 2 years ago. Through every line item, cut where we could, and trim. But to Su Ying's point, everything from copy paper to the paint that we have to put on the walls, everything has been going up, and it's going up faster now, but it has been in the last 5 years, but our budget line has remained the same. So it's a very challenging environment, but we're here today being realistic. We're also here today knowing that we can't come back later again and again asking for more money. We just want sustainability, and we're facing the challenge head on, looking at alternative fundraisers, alternative lines of revenue, alternative grants, that sort of thing. But without the ask here that we're here today, I'm not confident that the organization can continue at its current state into the future. Its capacity will be diminished.
Well, thank you. It sounds like you're up for the challenge.
It's exhausting work. It's very rewarding, and I'm hoping ultimately it will be successful. But my board and the staff are working extremely hard on this significant challenge. So thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to City Manager or designate. We've got a lot of our fee-for-service organizations coming in front of us, each with different asks, but many talking about the same challenges, and a lot of it is staffing and wages and retaining or attracting qualified people. Do we have any sort of strategy, or do we work with all of our fee-for-service? Because each is coming up with their separate ask, and I would hate to be in the position of saying, you're a winner, you're a loser, and then the winners poach the staff because they can afford to pay from the other organizations. And I know each fee-for-service is a different skill set, a different organization, but executive directors, marketing, communication, those type of things seem to be pieces in each of them. Do we have a strategy to try and find some parity or equity or consistency? Pick the word you want so that we're not pitting organization against organization against organization, because I'm going to be honest, it's happened in the past where council has awarded a group, yes, you get $50,000 more this year, you don't, and then next thing you know, that group has stolen the staff from the other organization. Is there anything we do to try and figure out that we're not pitting folks against each other?
Through the mayor, that's an excellent question. As far as we work with the organizations on a number of different fronts, as far as comparing an ED in one organization to another, and the complexity and so forth. I don't believe we've done much there. I'm looking to Mr. Fox if he has anything beyond that. I understand what you're getting at and the value of doing that. That the complexity of doing that is another aspect. So, Mr. Fox, anything further to add?
Yeah, through the chair, we have met with several groups and looked at this, and a lot of the groups are wondering, what is that percentage? What is that percentage under what a local government agency would pay, or what is that fair wage? So we are starting to do a little bit of analyzing it, but we haven't made a lot of progress. It's only been about 3-4 weeks since we started looking into it more, and what is comparison. The city of Lethbridge is unique in a lot of fronts where we do have a lot of fee-for-service, so it is interesting in trying to come up with those numbers on enough of the positions. I know a lot of the organizations have also looked into this themselves and have provided us some data on that.
Thank you. I have no further questions. So thank you very much, Ms. Sting. And
Thank you for your time.
appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Ms. French, you're up next with Southern Alberta Ethnic Association, followed by Mr. Casarella, Executive Director of South Grow Regional Economic Development.
Your Lordship and members of council, thank you very much for the time and the opportunity to make a presentation to you. My name is Victor Uto. I'm the president of the Southern Alberta Ethnic Association, and with me to make this presentation is Jackie French, the executive director. Next slide, please. Southern Alberta Ethnic Association is an umbrella organization representing a wide diversity of ethnic societies and clans in the Southern Alberta. And for the past 40 years, we've been carrying the lamp of ethnic diversity in Southern Alberta by highlighting different global cultures, languages, religions, food and cuisine, cultural dances, performances, ethnic music, as well as thoughts and philosophies. And then SAE is a unique and iconic organization in Canada, and it's one of the most culturally diverse associations in a multicultural country. As we stand today, we have about 31 different multicultural groups, well over 2,000 membership. And then we have 11 individual members as well. And we partner, those groups and associations partner with the SAEA to host cultural events and programs to educate the community on a variety of cultures. And we also provide a translation and referral services to the courts, the lawyers, and anyone requiring any of these services. The board of directors, as a volunteer board of directors, and I don't know why Jackie decided to use that picture of mine, but maybe everybody is dressed properly. I'm just, yeah, that's just fine. Anyway, I mean, that was when I won the award for the Volunteer of the Year in Lethbridge. And so we do a lot of work. We collaborate with a lot of organizations in town. And the board of directors is made of a wide, diverse group of professionals, lawyers, scientists, and teachers, educators, and everybody diverse to carry the torch. Next slide. Next one. So our mission statement, SAE envisions an equitable and a welcoming community that recognizes and openly celebrates cultural diversity. And our vision is pretty straightforward, and as you can see from there. You know, our SAE's mission and vision align with the city of Lethbridge, by providing a healthy and diverse city, a culturally vibrant city where all people can fully participate in community life. And then that's next slide. Now, creating a healthy, diverse and culturally vibrant city is what the SAE has been doing, and some of the activities and things we do to achieve that stated below. We showcase cultures and involve cultural groups. Next slide. Now, our membership, like I said, we have over 31 different member groups and 10 individual members. And the numbers keep growing over the years, and currently we have membership from Asia, Europe, Africa, South America, and North America. And our members include new immigrants, refugees, second, third, and fourth generation immigrants that have resided in Canada for generations. And the Multicultural Center is a hub for cultural groups in Southern Alberta to meet, create, and collaborate on events, to develop friendship, obtain assistance, and promote education, and develop a sense of belonging and representation of their cultures. And like I said, we team up with those groups to celebrate their cultures, different things that they do in the community to educate people about the need for and how the role diversity plays in our community. Next slide, please. And services provided in partnerships, we have the Cultural Taste of Nights, we have the Black History Month, which was very huge for us last year. We had the opportunity to visit schools and have a chat with the kids and everybody, a lot of the teachers, and have us ongoing projects so that we can visit the schools and talk about racism and all that kind of thing, because we believe strongly that if you catch them young, they get to understand some of those things, they become parts and parcel of them as they grow up. And the Asian Heritage Festival, Latin Fest Heritage, so those are some of the services and that we provide in the community. And all these events are partnered with member groups or individuals, provide authentic food, dance, music, and education. And through these events, we seek to share cultural experiences, entertainment, and education to the community, allowing our members to showcase and share their knowledge about their country or culture. The funding we receive helps to produce and execute those events. And we also add programming as needed, such as during the COVID period where we partnered with the groups to provide about 2,500 immigrants during the COVID assistance. We help them, provide them with PPEs and education, guidance, and referrals during that period. And then currently we are helping the Ukrainian newcomers in the community. And we'll continue to support the needs of the community as and when the need arises and we can afford that. Next slide. In our SA staff, we have the board of directors, executive director, and some full-time and part-timers that we try as much as possible to remain very good budgets on all these things. And yeah, next slide. Now, in 2018, we requested an additional funding to operate. And in 2020 and 21, we requested for less amount because we had some money surplus from the previous year. So whenever we come before council, we look at our budget, we look at how things are, and also at this time where we know that most institutions and the city is definitely get hit because of COVID, we try to be very conservative with our demands, and hopefully we can balance things out and get our activities going as smoothly as possible. Now, the major things that are due, for which we will have to be requesting for more money now, is the staffing. We want to make sure that our staff is paid competitively. There's a running theme I heard from most of the presenters, and the increased cost to run programs and operations, and the lack of volunteers. I mean, we used to have a wide range of volunteers over the years, but gradually that is becoming a problem. So probably there's some work for us to do to try and get more volunteers to help us run our services. And the funding will also allow SA to provide healthier cultural program and experiences for the community and promote cultural awareness. Now, SAA aligns with the City of Lethbridge's plan to create an inclusive and diverse city, and with a commitment statement stating the city is responsive to the diverse needs of the community, being a welcoming and inclusive community. We believe that we are helping to achieve the city's plan. So the funding we are requesting for in 2023 is about $137,000, and with a 3% increase over the years to about $147,703 in 2026. Now, SAA hosted about 17 events, some being online, and we had a total of about 7,400 attendees and participants in the programming. In 2022, we hosted so far 12 cultural events so far, and we have over 4,000, a little bit over 4,000 people attended with 145 volunteers, about 118 hours of volunteer hours. We're still building our cultural bridges are still ongoing, and we have our 2 Christmas dinners coming up. Next slide. Sustainability. We rely heavily on funding, fundraising, donations, sponsorship, and facility rentals to be sustainable. And if SAA was not able to operate, we're looking at about 30-something cultural groups will be displaced. Members will not have the opportunities to present and participate and showcase their culture.
Mr. Whitthorpe, are you about wrapping up here?
Yeah, almost done. Almost done. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and then we believe strongly that we will need this funding to continue doing the great job we do in town, and we are a very important part of the city's plan to make diversity and multiculturalism part of what we stand for. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitthorpe. And I'm just wondering if council has any questions. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. I just, so I'm a little bit clear. I'm unsure what your base budget is. It indicates in here that it's $28,100.
Initially, sorry, I'll answer that. Initially, it was 28.1 in 2018, and then there was a new initiative funding that came in 2019 to 22.
That's the 136, 160?
Correct.
Okay. And then there were 2 additional requests, one of $76,900 for the 2021 budget and $73,900 also in the same year?
For 2 years, 76 and then 73.9 for 2022.
Okay, so
we're asking, sorry, to combine the base funding and the new initiative funding into one.
So are you suggesting that the money that has been provided as one-time funding over short durations, that be included in the base budget, or are you saying that it is part of the base budget?
Sorry, in the past it was a base budget and then new initiative funding. Now we're requesting, with the numbers presented, that it all be rolled into one. So the 28 base funding is included in the 137 that we're asking for 2023. Is that what you're asking?
I think so. So are we now seeing better budgeting? Is that what's happening? Or are we now seeing a more robust approach to budgeting than perhaps we might have seen in the past?
Prior to my time, I'm guessing so. I track it on a monthly basis, and I work with an accounting firm and a bookkeeper.
Okay. And to add to that, yes, I mean, she joined us and she brought in new ideas, and I believe strongly that we're in the right direction, cutting there are a lot of waste in the system, and we're cutting all those things, tighten our belt to make sure that we don't waste money.
Yeah, we operate on a very, very small staff. So the staff is pulled in many directions, and so the funding that we are requesting is mostly for staff. So we would like to be able to, we basically have 2 full-time staff, myself, a coordinator, a part-time coordinator, and a very part-time facility person. We can bring in a few casuals to help with setups and teardowns, but we would like to have a staff that we can operate on efficiently, where we're not pulled in 10 different directions and it's causing burnout and stress within the organization. So I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we may be the lowest, have the lowest amount of staff as all the fee-for-service, and probably one of the lower funding amounts. So I think what we do, and maybe, and I want to say this politely, but I'm not sure if we're as recognized for what we do as maybe we could be with the alignment with what the city's plan is. We provide a lot of cultural education, and we try to do it in a very positive and fun way. So we're not offending anybody, but we're educating people on being inclusive and showing diversity within the city. And I think with the city's help, we can continue to do that, and would like to be recognized more for that.
I'm just wondering, Your Worship, I noticed that there was a number of chittering and chattering on the other side of the aisle. I'm wondering if the city manager or Mr. Matthews had anything to add to that.
Thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Middleton Hope. Just in that regard, though, just one thing I just want to reiterate, and I think we've seen this in a couple presentations. So there is a base amount of funding in this regard here, and I think it came out really clearly in here that it's $28,100. That's the only amount that's currently in the budget for this group. There was two initiatives, but $73,900 in 2022, which was an additional amount. So if you looked at 2022, if you included the $73,900 plus the base of $28,100, it would be a $102,000 budget that they had from the city. One of it being one time and one of it being base budget. And of course, now what they're looking for is an ongoing $108,900. Some of that money is replacing the $73,000 or $76,000, depending on the year you're looking at, to bring into it. So the total amount of ongoing for 2023 would be $137,000.
Yeah. So effectively, the impact is about $31,000. If we assume that the $73,000 is built into the base budget of $28,100.
Right, it's not though, so it will be a tax pressure increase in that regard, but from the community group's standpoint, from what they're getting today from the city till tomorrow, that's right.
That helps. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I can provide just a brief context. SAEA used to operate out of the Kurgan Center on the north side. When that was failing, we redid the old fire hall, and SAEA moved in there. One of the challenges is council didn't adjust for the increased size, increased operating cost, and kept the budget line flat, and that caused pressures year after year. And so I think we're now just playing catch up. What we should have realized back in 2014?
Moving in 2016, yeah.
Is that the new center was going to have increased costs, and those weren't budgeted for.
Thank you very much,
So
Councillor
just a little
for helping me out.
Yes, it's just a little context that we kept the operating grant flat, and it was much more expensive. So that we've been playing catch up, but we never put it in the base. Council to try and keep tax increase to zero, put it all out of the MRSR and one-time funding. So that was one of the issues.
Councillor Carlson. Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you both for your presentation and for the services that this group provides to our community. They are fantastic. I've had enough opportunity to go to a few events, and they're very well put on and well attended. A couple questions I have just with regard to your operating budget. I'm taking a look at it here. You have two line items that I need some clarification on. You've got staff salary as well as wages, and you've got those separated out. Could you outline for me the differences between the two? And then just on top of that, you've also got contract work.
Yeah,
so I feel like those are tied together.
Sorry, we have two people that are on salary currently right now, myself and one coordinator. And so I've separated the salary out from the wages because we do rely on casual staff as well as a part-time coordinator. And we rely heavily on that casual staff in order to do our events for setups, teardowns, as well as working the events. Contract work, so contract work is sometimes we reach out for help with fund development or grant writing, because as I mentioned earlier, our staff as well as myself is pulled in many different directions because we have very little staff. So currently I'm, kind of the facility manager, maintenance, staff management, HR, finance, fund development. So on occasion I will reach out and have somebody on contract to help us with some of that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. And again, I've always loved the Ethnic Society, the organization, done a lot of things in the past. But remind me, membership fees, does each organization pay a membership fee? And how much do they pay them? It looks like it's pretty minimal.
Yes, it is. So our membership fee for group members is $50 and individuals is $30. And so this is something that we have talked about at the board meetings recently and are looking at maybe adjusting. And in fairness, with some of our memberships as well as our events, although we'd like to raise some of those costs, we don't want to cause a barrier. So what we're finding is just that some of our groups can't afford it. So each time we try to raise costs, we lose participation. We don't want to lose participation, and we don't want to charge, I guess, for a lot of our events, because we don't want to create a barrier for the community to come and see the cultural events and be educated. So there's a bit of a fine line there, is how much to raise it without losing participation and without losing the public to come and be educated about culture.
That is a conundrum.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
I see no further questions. So thank you very much, Mr. Watour, and Ms. French. Appreciate your presentation and answering the questions.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Mr. Peter Casarella he's the Executive Director for South Grow Regional Economic Development, followed by Aaron Crane, CEO of Tourism Lethbridge. Mr. Casarella, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you, Mayor and Councillors, for having me here today. My name is Peter Casarella, and I'm the Executive Director of the South Grow Regional Initiative. I'm here today to advance an ask from the Board of Directors for the City of Lethbridge to participate as a full member in our association, which would take you from the $7,500 per year you've paid for the past 4 years for an associate membership up to the rate cap of $10,000 per year. Our rate structure is $1 per capita up to that cap of $10,000. So this would see the City of Lethbridge for the first time in my memory having representation on the board as a full voting member. Along with that ask, of course, the representation I think is equally as important to us to have that representation from City Hall. So South Grow is one of 9 regional economic development alliances in the province of Alberta. I represent 30 municipal members across the region, and we have several associate members as well, who represent different nonprofits and businesses who have a strong interest in regional economic development or who contribute meaningfully towards that. The 9 REDAs represent about 250 municipalities across the entire province. And we do regional economic development, which is importantly different than community-based economic development, such as Economic Development Lethbridge does. Some of our chief pillars are in things like agri-food. There's no surprise that agri-food is the underpinning of our entire regional economy. So one example of the work that we do there is right now we are running a global marketing campaign on Twitter and in LinkedIn that's directly targeting global agri-food executives. They see our ads talking about the benefits and the advantages of co-locating and building an industry in southern Alberta and the unique advantages that we have here for the agri-food economy. We also focus on things like new energy developments. Southern Alberta is, as a friend of mine says, the oil sands of sun and wind, and this industry is booming like never before. We're witnessing the biggest energy transition in any of our lifetimes, and we are at the epicenter of it. There's $30 billion worth of capital expensed projects in wind, solar, and battery tech in Alberta right now that are being applied for. And the problem is that we don't have the ability to plug all of those in. So my partners and I in the Southern Alberta Alternative Energy Partnership are working hard to build the economic case in Edmonton for more concerted action across the entire province on these files, knowing that we here in Southern Alberta will benefit tremendously from action on those files. We also work on broadband. I'm happy to say that today, anywhere in Southern Alberta, doesn't matter where you are, you can get better than 50/10 speeds for internet. And that's in large part due to the work that my colleagues and I have done. Our 2019 study on the cost-benefit analysis for rural broadband in Alberta has been specifically cited by the Minister of Service Alberta as one of the prime motivating factors for them putting in almost $400 million in and matching funds to the federal Universal Broadband Fund in order to unlock that 50/10 service for all Albertans across the province. And some of our areas are benefiting from this, more broadband options available for Southern Alberta. And we continue to advance projects there, which drive forward economic growth. And of course, we're doing additional work on supply chain identification, which I'd be happy to talk more about, but in the interest of time moving forward, what's the value to the city? Councillors, for every paycheck that goes home to any a home throughout southern Alberta in your trade area, some portion of that check gets spent in the city of Lethbridge, or it flows through to it. I guess I should be advancing my slides, Ryan? Yeah. A lot of this is boilerplate. This is an overview of our operational plan right now. If you want to go down again and again. Value proposition, here we go. Some portion of every check goes home, comes back to the city of Lethbridge. Whether there's a new production facility that goes up outside the city of Lethbridge because they just can't afford the prices and sharing, those employees coming out from the city of Lethbridge will work at that plant and take their checks home. Everybody living out in the village of Barnwell will come and spend money at the big Spock stores in Lethbridge. Regional prosperity is prosperity for the city of Lethbridge, and you benefit to a very large degree from economic activity that happens outside of your borders. Also, there's intrinsic value in regionalism. The entire ethic behind Southgrow is that when we pull together, we achieve more than we could do independently on our own. And that certainly has proven itself true over the 2 decades that Southgrow's been in existence. When we pull together the region and Lethbridge, we can compete toe-to-toe with places like Calgary, who have taken a large step over the past few years right onto our turf and have tried to say that they are the agri-food center of Western Canada, when we all know that down here in southern Alberta, this is our opportunity, and this is our industry that we can grow. We are a global center for agri-food excellence, and we intend to keep doing that. When we partner together between the city and the region, we can provide the services and the growing area to be that big industry leader. How is it structured? Next slide, sir. 30 member communities. Each one of our member communities appoints a board member or a representative from the community to serve on the board. We, of course, prefer council members since you have the ability to make decisions, and pretty much everything we do is funded by taxpayer money. And the full board elects a 5-person executive that meets with me every single month and my staff to drive forward our operational plan. Every year we set an operational plan for that year. It's fairly hands-off as far as the elected councillors go, except for those 5 individuals who work with me. And me and my staff are responsible for seeing that it gets delivered. We do everything based on clear outcomes. Every one of the projects I take on, we identify what are our targets, what are our outcomes going to be, and then I can report back to the board on, did we hit our targets? Did we exceed them? Did we miss? Why? Why did we miss? So that there's accountability and me and my team can be judged based on our results. What we said we were going to do, what we did, or what were the circumstances that led to us not being able to do it or were able to do it.
Take it you're wrapping up here.
Yes, sir. All done.
Thank you. Thank you. No.
Happy to take any
Wow,
questions.
okay. That was,
Yeah.
okay.
There's just the official request there. $10,000 a year for full voting membership. And of course, if you could appoint a member of council or of staff. We've missed that representation since I think my first year on Southgrow.
Thank you very much. I do see, thank you very much for the presentation. Councillor Carlson does have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Casarella, for the presentation and information. You touched on it a bit. You preferred councillors appointed, but it could be administrative?
Yeah, indeed. We briefly had Lisa on as a representative from your administration while she was here at City Hall.
Okay, thank you for that. The 30 municipalities, I can't recall the number, 30 municipalities that are communities that are members. Do any of them have an arm's length economic development association similar to our EDL?
No. Some of them have in-house economic development, but Tabor's is the largest, 4 people in that unit, which also includes development.
I'm wondering, is your membership restricted only to municipalities or community? I'm not sure how it's structured. I haven't read the bylaws. Because it seems to me, and maybe correct me if I'm off base, it seems to me that it would make much more sense, because we don't do in-house economic development, that economic development Lethbridge would be the member and provide that connectivity and then report to council, because that's how we've sort of structured it. Would that make much more sense, or am I off base?
Voting membership in Southgrow is restricted to rate-paying municipalities, and that's because we are handling taxpayer money. We handle not just our member municipalities' taxpayer monies that are contributed towards it, but also provincial taxpayer money and federal taxpayer money. I'm often asked by our grant funders, okay, well, oversight and everything like that, and that's just how our articles have been structured. This came up 4 years ago too. It's like, well, why doesn't Economic Development Lethbridge just have the membership?
Probably
Because
me asking the question.
partner with them all the time, right? And the response was, it's twofold. Number one is practical. I do a lot of things with your departments in the city that have nothing to do with Economic Development Lethbridge. They're two very different, they're obviously, you guys largely fund them, but they're different organizations. I've worked with various departments in your city before and will work with various departments. Number two, it's political. Having that show of support and partnership directly from council is really important when we go and present a united front to other stakeholders like the province of Alberta and to the government of Canada. When we come forward with a project and say we're united as a region and here's all of our elected councillors who are all speaking with one voice on an issue. And I'd be lying if I didn't say that I really would like that. The city of Lethbridge carries a lot of moral weight in this end of the province. We've always been good partners together. Having you on board as an associate member has been very, very nice. But to have you on as a full voting member, that carries moral weight with it, which would be very useful in our joint efforts to drive forward our projects.
Okay, thank you. Lots to wrap my brain around, but just to be clear, there'd be nothing preventing council from saying, yes, we want to be part, and we're appointing either one of our administration or perhaps a representative, if they were amenable, from EDL. And what if they were the mayor of Sterling, perhaps? Could
Well, our dear friend Trevor has more hats in his closet than he knows what to do with. But there's nothing to stop you from doing that. Other communities have appointed members at large before from their community to serve. It's, Lethbridge is special in there because Trevor's very engaged in this and he's also close to you guys as well. It hasn't worked out in other communities too well because usually those community members don't have the daily interaction with the rest of council to be able to, gauge what's going on with you and report back and have that two-way flow of communication. Largely, we like the person to be in a position to provide information directly to the decision makers on what the region's doing, so you're armed with the information on what we're collectively working on, and to be able to flow through information that's happening at your decision-making level back to us too.
Thank you. I see no further questions, so thank you very much, Mr. Casarella, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Aaron Cranes, CEO, Tourism Lethbridge, and after is George Duncan, President of Westminster Neighborhood Association. The floor is yours, Ms. Crane. And well, you look very different, Ms. Crane.
Yes, I've been called many things, but Aaron Crane is not one of them, although I would be honored to have that name. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to present to you today. My name is Greg Robinson. I am the Vice Chair for the Tourism Lethbridge Organization, your Lethbridge Management Destination Organization. I'd like to talk a little bit briefly, and then I'll hand off the tough questions over to Aaron. If we can go to the next slide, please, on our board. Keep going. There we go. I want to talk about our board, and we don't have a lot of time to go over it in detail, but I'd like to thank all of our board members. We have a wide selection of individuals from Lethbridge and our area that really bring a lot to our board. I really appreciate their input and the oversight that they provide. We also have a lot of subcommittees that we don't have listed there that are really important to, whether it's our economic development, Indigenous tourism, and of course our operators, our attractions committee. So those are all subcommittees that the community and these other organizations are also a part of. So it's a really good organization that I have only been able to be part of for a couple of years. Next slide, please. Today we're going to go over a lot of things, but I want to kind of preface the budget request. This feels a little bit like a speed dating process, so I'm going to continue to go on real fast. Like Councillor Carlson mentioned, there's a lot of hard things to have to figure out and deliberate from. So today, despite the challenges that this organization has gone through, whether it's been COVID, staffing, and increases in cost of living, we are not asking for our base funding model to increase at this time, although that has provided lots of pressures on our board and our organization to make some changes, but that is the situation where we are today. So there are, however, some additional opportunities that we would strongly suggest that City and Council consider for our request this year, as we do feel they're very important, and Aaron will talk about those. Next slide.
Thank you, Greg, and thank you all for the opportunity to present today. And thanks to all of our supporters in the gallery today. It's greatly appreciated. I'm just going to run through these really quick, and actually I'm only going to hit, kind of the top two. First of all is transparency. Our board does a really good job of working with a third-party auditor. We also have an accountant that we hire to ensure that we're meeting all of the accounting standards. Also, stewardship. This board is very cognizant of the fact that they are using taxpayer dollars, and they come from a wide range of backgrounds, and they give a lot of benefit to how to use those dollars. Next slide, Ryan. Same thing here. I'm only going to hit on the top two. This is a quick little environmental scan. I'm going to hit on competition and alignment. I don't know about the rest of you, but right now I am currently being digitally stalked by both Penticton and Saskatoon. There is a lot of competition out there right now for those visitor dollars. And if we're not in that competition, Lethbridge could miss out on some of those key opportunities. So that is really something that we'd like you to consider. We also align very closely with the provincial and the federal government in order to access some of that funding that the city does not have the ability to access. We align with you. And Ryan, if you want to take us to the next slide, it is really important to us that we look at your opportunity to gateway, your gateway to opportunity strategic plan, and we align to that. And that's exactly what this slide does. You've seen this slide. We presented it to you back in May. It covers our priorities, our outcomes, our vision, our mission. And this is where I do want to mention that Power of Tourism infographic that we included in the package. It doesn't hit all of the outcomes yet, but we wanted to show you the impact of tourism in this community for the first 6 months of this year. We took that data and we compared it to the same time last year. Now, again, we haven't hit all of the outcomes yet on that bottom half of that graphic, but we're getting close. To the next slide, Ryan. I'm not going to touch on this one just because we're out of time, so if you have questions, let me know in the Q&A. Next slide. This is really where I want to spend the time, and just like Greg said, we are not asking for an increase in our operating base budget. If you're happy with the work that's been done by Tourism Lethbridge for the last 9 months, we're fine with the budget that you've given us. However, we know from you, from your strategic plan, that you want to be economically prosperous. And we have put aside some new initiative funding that represents a 16.5 increase over the next 4 years to help us do that work. This is about all of us, and we feel that we've put together, some really creative ideas on how we can really push that. Next slide. Thank you and welcome. We welcome your questions. Whew.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. And we do have questions. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you both for the presentation. Quick question is, I think there's 5 initiatives.
Yes.
And I've been asking this of everyone who provides these sort of, I call them the a la cartes. Is there an order of importance, or are they all tied together? Or if council says we like 1 and 4, is that a possibility? Or do you have them ranked in their order of importance? Like, is number 1 your top priority, number 2, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera?
Yes, you'll see on the breakdown that we included in the package that there were 7. 5 of them we're asking for your support for, 2 were already funded. And we did rank them in order of importance. But just like what Trevor had said when you asked this question to Economic Development Lethbridge, they are a la carte, but they do piggyback on each other quite a bit, right? You look at things like the airport marketing. This directly ties in with the work that we're doing around business and sport events, right? They are symbiotic. We can't really go out and promote that unless we have that airport to back it up. They come in hand. So a lot of that work is tied together.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you both for your presentation. I'm taking a look at your proposed budget request, And then we've got a summary sheet here as well that came through our administration. I'm taking a look at your wages and benefits, number 5, and you've got wages and benefit inflation, and your wages and benefit inflation drops throughout the year. So you start at 17,500, 10,500, and then drop from 7,000 to 7,000. I've got some different numbers on the summary sheet here that I've got from administration, so we'll maybe need to take a look at that. But overarchingly, can you explain why that drops?
Yes. With the inflation, we did do a 5, 3, and then 2 and 2. So 5%, 3%, 2%, and then 2%, which again explains why the decrease. Now, we did have this conversation at the board level. Our board did review this package and approve it on Thursday. That was the first time that they had an opportunity to really dive in and discuss this together. And that was the same thing that was brought up. It is a strategy, an operational strategy that we've put forward. Again, as you've heard from all of the other organizations, is a way to try and retain better staff and be competitive. So while we are putting a big foot forward in inflation, you know, it's a little positivity that maybe we don't see that continued inflation. We start to balance out later on as we get closer to 2026.
Thank you.
And I see no further questions. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do have next up George Duncan, President of Westminster Neighborhood Association, followed by Jill Young, CEO of YWCA Lethbridge and District. So, Mr. Duncan, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. All right. Yes, I am here on behalf of the Westminster Neighborhood Association. You can just go whenever. I have no real formal thing here. We operate the Westminster Community Community Center year-round, and the Westminster Outdoor Public Pool, which we just wrapped up operations on Labor Day. The WNA has been around since 1976. This is when we first became incorporated. The association is run by a group of community volunteers, community-minded volunteers who are in the neighborhood, and we are run by a four-member executive board. Our mission statement is to provide community pride through services and facilities that provide educational, social, and recreational programs. The community center itself is available 365 days a year. That's how we run. We have an office coordinator who has an incredible passion for this facility, this community, and really her huge heart is what keeps us going. I can't say enough good things about Marnie. On average, our weekday rentals are approximately 30% booked, and she does the best she can to accommodate every single request that comes in and works with them not only for the times that they need, but also budgetary constraints that organizations might have. Weekend rentals, approximately 80% booked, and really happy to report coming out of COVID, nearly every weekend from mid-November to early January is booked for community Christmas parties, company functions, stuff like that. So we are very happy with that. The pool itself, we have seen a decrease in attendance for various reasons. That'll be on the next slide, sorry. So we can see here, and our statistics, we run old school, we run paper and pencil, we don't have the technology to swipe people in and out. So our stats are only as good as the students and kids we hire to run the front desk. So in 2014-15, we saw that huge spike come up. That's when Henderson was closed for their upgrades. 2016, we saw the big dive in attendance because Henderson was open and everyone wanted to go check out the new facilities. So we've kind of held our own over the last 4 years. 2020, obviously COVID year, limited capacity in our facilities, so that's why the attendance was down. As a side note, if we could run the community or the outdoor public pool as a dog swim every year, that would be fantastic. We partner with Lethbridge Humane Society and their annual fundraiser. And the last day of our pool operations, we turn it over to them, and all the dogs across the city come swimming for the day. So it's a lot of fun, a great way to end the season. We are providing a service to the city of Lethbridge, and more specifically and more importantly to us, to the community, to the north side of an outdoor public pool. And if we didn't do it, somebody else would have to step in. So we love the community, we love the facilities. We're committed to managing and operating both the community center and the outdoor public pool, but it has been a struggle. So some of our struggles, the top three that we have are board recruitment and retention. Westminster is a difficult community to engage with, even with our, say when the city comes in to do traffic master plan or culture and rec plans, we have limited engagement with our people. So that's difficult. The board members we do have are committed and have been there a long time. Lifeguarding, the staffing is an issue because it's not only global or nationally, but locally here we're seeing that a struggle in retaining and getting qualified, certified lifeguards. Operational funding, just trying to keep up with inflation, and it's an ongoing theme through your guys' sessions today. So I think that's all I have for my notes. I will wait for your questions. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Duncan. Appreciate that presentation. I do have questions. Councillor Parker.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for your presentation, and thanks for the past history. I've been on council long enough. I remember you guys used to come with the check once a year, but I don't know what happened in those days. But it's been a real successful partnership, and it's saved the community's funds, and it's nice to rely on the volunteers. You really don't have an ask in your presentation. The big one that we can't handle is we can't control the board recruitment so much. We can't really control the lifeguard staffing and wages unless Councillor Carlson wants to start becoming a lifeguard. Operational funding.
Yes.
Is there a shortfall right now, or is there an ask at all?
Yes, it is. I must have hit it really, really good in there.
Unless I missed it here. I don't see it, so.
It's in the business case.
Oh, okay, I'm looking at the presentation here.
No worries. We are operating off of the original agreement signed back in 2010. Those numbers based on, minimum wage at that time was, probably $11 an hour. So we haven't seen an agreement, a new 3-year agreement since 2010. We have seen incremental increases, small increases for both operational budget and grounds maintenance. So we also do the groundskeeping for the pool itself, the green area, as well as lot maintenance. So right now, I'm shooting for the stars. To be perfectly honest, I'm shooting for the stars. I'm asking for another $15,500 for operational and $4,500 for groundskeeping.
So just so I have this right, so the 2022 number, where is that 2000? I got 2023.
2022, it was $35,600 for the facilities.
Okay, so we have a comparable. So we're asking about $15,000 an increase, and then another 15,000, or is that just that $14,684, whatever it is? It's just a $2,000 increase each and every year after that.
Just an increment.
So it's 15, 17, 19, 20. Okay, perfect. Just so I know the number. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Councillor Middleton-Oak.
Thank you. This is through the city manager to Mr. Matthews. Clearly, in every one of these, almost every one of these presentations, we're missing the mark in terms of what the base budget is, what the request is, what the difference from where we were to where we want to be is. I'd really encourage that dialogue with each one of the groups coming forward. That would be very helpful. And so I appreciate Councillor Parker's question, because that had me confused as to what your base budget is, what your annual request is, how does that get broken down. So I think that's really important to be very specific when bringing forward these presentations. So thank you, and thank you.
Any further questions? I do have a question for our administration, because I've heard, and when I was out at the AGM, that there was some concerns with the pool. There's some issues. When will council get an update on that? Because it's something that, when I saw the numbers up there, we said this dramatically declined, but I can actually see why they did. Obviously, with Henderson opening up, but then also COVID was in the mix there as well, and it's something that is to me well used and really appreciated there on our north side. And so I just wanted to know if we had any update, or if that's something, if we don't have it right now, something that can be brought forward to council in the future, exactly what the situation is with the pool, and what we're looking at for repairs or anything along that line. If you don't have it now, Mr. City Manager, that's fine.
So I do have some notes from the Rec and Culture staff, and it says that they will assess the facility this fall. So sometime late this year, I expect we should have an idea if we have that, or if we need to even do more work to get the full information.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I do not see any further questions, so thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Young, CEO, YWCA Lethbridge.
Thank you. And Your Worship, councillors, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in front of you today. And thank you for giving me the last on the docket as well. I do appreciate that. My name is Jill Young. I am the CEO of YWCA Lethbridge. YWCA Lethbridge has been a part of our community since the 1950s. But today, I am here to speak specifically about the Neighborhood Play Program. If you can just go to the next slide. The Neighborhood Play Program is a summer program that we offer, and it has been operating in Lethbridge for nearly 2 decades by the YWCA. It is a non-registration, free, drop-in program that provides flexibility for parents, and it also is an amazing program that encourages learning through play by providing an environment for children to help develop their social, physical, and cognitive skills through participation in various activities. For the budget cycle of 23 to 26, we are requesting an additional $5,000 per funding year. That additional funding is specifically waged towards our junior leader wages. Next slide. When it comes to our corporate and council alignment, this program, as I mentioned, is a cornerstone of Lethbridge, and we do support physically, financially, and culturally accessible amenities, especially because this is a free of charge, non-registration program. Next slide. Diving straight into the financials, for the budget year of 2019 to 2022, we were provided the base funding of $81,300 for year-over-year. That is a total of $325,000 over the course of the 4 years. For the next budget cycle of 23 to 26, we are requesting an additional $20,000 over the course of the 4 years, which is $5,000 per year. The reason for this funding is requested specifically for the staff wages of our junior leaders. Currently, we are looking at $15 an hour for our junior leaders. This is minimum wage, and we are discovering that through the job market and job competition that we are suffering through right now, and we know that this is going to continue on in the years to come. Looking at a more competitive wage of $16.50, it's going to be more reasonable to attract the right staff and returning staff for these programs. Next slide. The opportunities for this increased funding allows us to maintain the current staffing ratios that we have for our different parks throughout Lethbridge. Our service levels right now are approximately 15-1. That does vary based on the park and based on the attendance, but we do need to maintain those. If those numbers decrease through staffing and we're not attracting the right staff for these areas, we are not going to be able to operate these programs at the various different parks. We also are asking our junior leaders to operate in a very unpredictable space. When we are looking at competition throughout Lethbridge for $15 an hour, we are asking our current staff to be operating in a public space that may have unpredictable circumstances that include drug paraphernalia. It includes rogue dogs that may come across our path. And we are also asking them to travel to different areas and to oversee our children. When we are looking for the talent that we need to attract to these spaces, and people are comparing whether they need to go to McDonald's to get their $15 an hour or enter into an environment that may be higher risk and more unpredictable, we know that we want to be able to attract those staff at a higher wage. If this funding is not approved, we know that the risk is there that we're not going to be able to retain and attract those staff for the coming years. And that may, again, as I mentioned, potentially look for us to reduce the number of parks that we are operating at or to discontinue the program altogether. Next slide. Thank you. Any questions?
Very much appreciate your presentation, Ms. Young, and I do have questions, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Ms. Young, for the presentation and information and the work you do in our neighborhood parks.
Thank you.
I heard lots of positive comments from my neighborhood, which is the Agnes Davidson neighborhood. So thank you for that. My question is, when I remember funding this, I've been here a while. And back in the day, I love using that, the budget amount used to be indexed because, and I can't believe I'm saying this, $16.50, everything we're hearing is $19 an hour is what people are searching for to provide staff for folks, because I get that. I'm wondering if we shouldn't be looking at index, because even if we approve $16.50 for this year, in 4 years, are you going to be having the same issues? And so I'm wondering why you didn't perhaps index it. Most people have used a very low number, if you follow the news, of 3%. So I can't believe I'm suggesting that, but I'm just wondering why that wasn't part of your budget.
Well, in taking a look at our budget and the previous 4 years, and also understanding that we did have a consistent and flatline budget across those last 4 years, we were able to be consistently maintaining those numbers. I did look to take the approach of whether we would apply an index across the board, but understanding that we wanted to make sure that we would have the consistent funding year over year, we wanted to take that into consideration, knowing that we also do have funding from other sources, which includes our Canada Summer Job Grants, as well as we do some other funding through YWCA that covers our program manager position.
And actually, the mayor and I were sort of sidebarring as well. Do you get any funding through FCSS? This seems like something that could be FCSS, Family Community Support Services, applicable, but I may be off base there.
We don't right now, but it's definitely something that we can dive into for the next budget year, for sure.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I do have a question. I was really taken back a little bit, maybe as Councillor Carlson was, when you said your $15 is you go to 1650 and allow YWCA to be competitive in the job market. So, what we've been hearing all along today, could you come at the beginning of the, like at 11 o'clock and all the people that are coming, could you say you're being competitive with 1650? But no, I was just, when I saw that, and you'd already explained a little bit about it as far as some of the other opportunities that people have out there that
They do. Yeah.
in other areas, so.
Yeah.
But thank you, I saw that, you're competitive with 1650, but thank you. I do not see any further questions, so thank you very much, Ms. Young, for your presentation.
Thank you.
It's great. We appreciate you doing with what you've got, and we appreciate you being here to share with council and answer the questions. So, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I do have a motion from Acting Mayor Croson. Community Groups 2023 to 2026 budget presentations for grants and fee for service. Be it resolved, the Economic Standing Policy Committee refer these items to the November Economic Standing Policy Committee 2023 to 2026 operating budget deliberations. Allied Arts Council of Lethbridge, Economic Development Lethbridge, Environment Lethbridge, Henderson Stadium Society, Spitz Stadium, Lethbridge and District Exhibition, Lethbridge Softball Association, Lethbridge Sport Council, Lethbridge Symphony Association, Night Leaguer District 1 Canola Harvest Field, Nikayuko Japanese Garden, Norbridge Senior Center, Prairie Baseball Academy Society, Lloyd Nolan Field, Southern Alberta Art Gallery, Southern Alberta Ethnic Association, South Grow Regional Economic Development, Tourism Lethbridge, Westminster Neighborhood Association, and the YWCA Lethbridge and District. Acting Mayor Croson.
You just gave me the motion to see if I was actually here, didn't you?
Oh, sorry, I did not catch you there. I'm sorry, Belinda.
I said you gave me the motion to make sure I was actually here today, didn't you?
Oh, keep you tense right to the end.
I'll call the question.
Question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That so carries. And with that, we have what? I have another motion. Closed a meeting. 2023-2026 operating budget update by Councilor Middleton Hope. 7.1, be it resolved, the Economic Standing Policy Committee direct that the closed meeting discussions, reports, documents, and attachments with respect to 2023 to 2026 operating budget update remain confidential pursuant to Section 23, Local Public Body Confidences, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Councilor Middleton Hope.
Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? So carries. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you.